So I've got some more questions, though. I've got some more questions.
Carry on.
Yeah. So Richard, so out of interest, so are you using Signal as in the app Signal to call people, or have you got a little shortwave radio or a VHF radio or something like that?
We had a couple of radios on the boats, but I think it was just a phone call, because I don't have the direct contact with Ernest. Because he's calling them it's Ukrainian, so they're all speaking Ukrainian to each other. So they're chatting away, but I think it's just either telephone or telegram. Most likely is the way that they're communicating. So not really under some secure network, but
obviously that's what I was wondering, right? So are you using Signal? Is it encrypted messaging, right, or encrypted and the rest of it, as opposed to doing a standard phone call to someone somewhere?
Yeah, I use Signal with my personal military contacts, but I don't believe that they are using it at all. I think they're just using, as I said, Telegram or normal telephone. But the military said to us anyway, they said just watch out for drones, because if you see a drone hanging above your head, then you're most likely about to get hit by artillery.
Time to get out, right?
The advice that we were given, and that was about it. But as I said earlier, it's just the whole day it was raining down with artillery, just constant explosion sounds. At which, to a few points, I said to the guys, "Can we stop standing around and chatting and get the F out of here? Because the sounds are only getting closer." And I'm not one to worry, but there's a level of, do we need to have this conversation now whilst these shells are landing, or can it wait or be done through an app? And
I would be, I'm 100% with you. Standing around and chatting whether it's just because it's sunny, nice day, right, whilst you're in target and in full view of someone, probably not the way forward, is it? Right. So, and you say you can always do that back in Kherson somewhere in the call it the safe zone. No, it's not a safe zone, but yeah.
Sorry, I lost you in the last 10 seconds.
Alrighty.
You're coming back. I was just saying, I agree with you, right? There's no need to have your chat in a place where there's a degree of risk. You can talk on the way back, right? Just talk then, right? On the way back whilst you're moving, and therefore a difficult target.
Yeah, this was just with the local residents that we were dropping everything off to. So we were just having a chat before going, and I was like, come on, guys. We've dropped everything off. Let's get out of here. We can chat over the phone.
And are you able to the little babouches, right? We all love them. Is there quite a few of them, or have they sort of been taken out the region? What's the sort of age grouping you were able to say of the people there?
Very interestingly, it's all old people. Then again, I don't want to offend anyone. All of these people are kind of 60-ish. Were the ones in the building, 60 to 70 or so. So yeah, little babusias. And there was one guy that was probably 35 to 40 that was just doing some of the organization there, but a local resident that lived on the ground that was trying to sort all the aid between everyone that was there. But everyone else, little old babbas. Wanting to carry on with their life. And I got a very cute photo of one of the babbas with a cat today. She was telling me all about it, and I took a nice photo of her and the cat.
It is an R moment, isn't it? Yeah.
It's just strange, these moments of like normality and niceness, even though there are explosions going off all around you, and you're just taking a photo of some little old lady with a cat and just chatting to her about her day and sat there with a coffee with her, and it's like, how is this normal? But it's become normal. I don't know if any other nation would have reacted in such a normal, no. It's all normal and fine way. I think the British especially would have been screaming and shouting every 10 seconds about a missile coming in, and be scared.
They weren't, Richard. Actually, they weren't in the Second World War. They weren't. That's it. The spirit.
They did the same thing as the Ukrainians, just chilled out.
The spirit you're just encountering. If you open up the diaries, if you open up old newspapers and interviews, you will find this again and again. Those who have a righteous cause, those who have been bombed without their fault, whilst holding out, take up that mantle. They behave that way. Brings me to a question. The tone of your voice has changed significantly since we both know each other. And your job, respectively, your assignment, your task, your vocation now has changed. This is significantly different from being in leave or doing one or the other odd convoy. You've tipped your toe further into the water when driving with your colleague in recent months, sometimes to the front lines. This is a completely different assignment. How do you feel about it?
I messaged my friend this morning and I said, I don't know if I'm coming back today. Not in the physical sense, but mentally. The reason was, and I haven't told anyone this yet, is that the news we got this morning is that we weren't going to be saving dogs or cats or delivering humanitarian aid, that our mission had changed. And by that, we were specifically requested to start the recovery of Ukrainians that had died and were in the water. And I understood that I would not be the same person as I was before after spending a day helping with the retrieval of bodies that have been, sat in the water for X amount of days, and that it would stay with me for the rest of my life. In the end, that didn't happen, and we did go off saving dogs and cats and whatnot. But I understood that this is going to have some kind of toll, and obviously not the kind of level of toll that it has taken on Ukrainians, and the fact that these are their family members that have died. But it's still going to emotionally screw me up having to see these things. But yeah, I don't want to. I hate saying that because it makes it sound like it's going me. Oh, poor you. You have to see.
No,
these things.
Richard, don't worry about it.
No one's saying that, Richard. And it's important that you know that no one is saying it. Look, there are things that even now. So when I was 19 in Northern Ireland, there's things I just go, wish I hadn't seen. I can't unsee them. They become a part of the fabric of yourself as you grow older, right? And but here's the important thing: you went down to do things that other people haven't done, right? And that's really important to the people that you were there, and you will have had a profound effect on them. And it is a beautiful and wonderful thing you've done, and it will be something obviously to tell your grandchildren about. So,
yeah. Maybe. I don't know if I want to share some of these stories, to be honest. I'll share the ones about saving dogs and cats, I think.
Yeah, of course. We all pick out stories, don't we?
Yeah. There's a saying about emergency people and emergency rescue workers and the likes, combat medics, nurses, and if you feel that this is something you can do it as a vocation and as a service. Sometimes you have to do it because you're simply in that situation, and you will do it as a human being because you can. It's a holy obligation. It's a predicament, but you are strong enough. Your voice is sound. We're always there. We can't help you, but you are there to do it. That in itself is strength.
Dopermoho.
Everyone here is extremely proud of you. You know this,
Oh,
right?
stop it. You're going to make me cry now, Axel.
Oh,
I'm a grown man. I'm not allowed to cry. Come on.
Richard, the next beer is on me. And if you cry, it's on you.
2 beers?
2 beers. Yeah, it's fine. No, come on. Seriously.
A bottle of red 2007 Bordeaux.
Oh, God, he's just complaining about this
don't
bottle of red.
hit me with that fancy stuff. I like it cheap, cheap and strong.
But see, the thing is that there's not so many people who have volunteered to do what you do. That's the reason why I asked initially the question. And who have migrated to volunteering in different fashion. You are significantly closer now to the feelings of grief and to the destruction. You can see more, but you can also help substantially, which is great. I think that is, if you so like, a natural progression. You're fit, you can do it, you're there, you've taken up the mantle, that's great. What would the people around you need now? How many more people are needed? When you look from your perspective, you're one of the many people on the ground, what do you think is required?
Just for everyone to keep talking about what's going on, and that comes from one of the founders of the kitchen. I said, like, what if you could tell anyone in the West, what the hell can they do right now? And it's just continue talking about Ukraine, tell everyone what's going on, because a lot of the Western media doesn't even cover, as you've seen yourselves. You can be hit by a missile barrage and they're talking about how some lady down the road lost her cat, and how Bob's neighbor's being mean to him. And it's like, how, when a capital city of a country is under rocket barrage, can no one be talking about it apart from the pro-Ukrainian sources that are out there? And that is really the most important thing for everyone, is just pay attention and really understand what is going on. More than anything, more than donating, more than coming here yourself, just really understand and read up and kind of know what is happening so that you can tell other people. Listen to MriyaReport. That is an incredibly valuable but also funny source of information where, it makes you feel a bit more human in times of war. So yeah, that's what people need to do. And effectively how they can help is just educate themselves on what's going on. And I understand that most of the people that are listening to this right now will have a better idea than 99% of anyone else out there. But yeah, that's just the most important thing. And that's what comes from Ukrainians direct in terms of how you can help, because once you understand what's really going on, then you figure out yourself on how to help. You don't need me telling you. Yeah, that's it. Education, like everything in life, is the solver of all problems.
All right. Would it be okay? I mean, if you still have a few minutes to let some steam off and talk to people, we have a couple of people who have raised their hand. You want to take a few questions? Is that okay?
Yes, of course. If they, of course, if they have questions,
they're all terrible trolls.
But before we start, I
recognise G-Man and Nick, and I think I've heard Matthew before. I'm pronouncing that correctly.
But before we start, one thing though, Richard, I've sent you a message on Signal.
Oh,
just you don't have to read it now. That will be for later.
Shall I read it out for everyone?
Yeah, go on. No.
What a mean thing you've just said to me. I appreciate the fact that you've decided to donate $1 million to the Frontline Kitchen. That is just, I know it's a daily wage for you.
I know. They're monopoly dollars, though. I don't know how well we will be able to spend them, but I will send them to you shortly via a get out of jail free card.
Brilliant. Thank you.
All right, let's go to our regular trolls. Nick,
I was going to say you said that without mentioning the names of any of them.
I did also notice that. I didn't want to call Axel on his hosting ability.
As if you expected us as if you expected us to recognize us. I mean, most of what I put my hand up to say has already been pointed out by Axel. I think you are a hero to us. You are putting your money and pretty well everything else where your mouth is. You're an inspiration. We all have to deal with the fact that the vast majority of the people we know don't really care much. I've kind of reconciled myself to that, as long as they are not pro-Russia. As long as when you ask them what's going on, they might say, yeah, it's terrible what Russia is doing, and then, okay, but I don't have time or I don't watch it. As long as they are in their heart, they know who the bad people are, that's enough for me. And in the UK, that's already pretty much the majority, the vast majority position. In other countries in Europe, there are some fairly pernicious people who really are a lot more ambiguous in their not active support, but in their knowing whose side they're on. It's a bit like, I think it's a bit like the tennis. Most people in Britain will support the British player at the Wimbledon, even though they've never heard of him and they never watch tennis. But if they hear the British player wins, that's fine. And that's about, I think, all you're going to get. So just what you're doing is amazing. You sound in good spirits. The difficulty with Brits who banter a lot is knowing when that's just the banter and when it's the banter, but there's a lot of gritting of teeth going on behind. If you need some resources to support you beyond the banter, DM me. It won't be me supporting you, but I can put you in touch with some people who can support you if it gets a bit tough. And otherwise, it's just incredible what you're doing. I'm not, for various reasons, able to come out and join the struggle in person much as I would like to. So I try and do what I can from here. We're all doing our little bit. And I think maybe you've thought about this. What's it going to be like for you when, okay, so 6 months' time, 12 months' time, the war ends, Ukraine reconstructs, they don't need somebody working in a kitchen. You come back to Blighty. What do you think? How do you think your life is going to be different? And I would say, don't even answer that. But if you have 10 minutes, write it down and then go back. And then a couple of years after that, have a look and see. Just an interesting insight into how you think your life is going to be different. I don't particularly need to know the answer to that. But from where you're sitting now, you're realizing, and I mean, a lot of people who've been to battle, people go into battle and they go back home and people say, oh, you were in the war, good job, buy you a pint. And then conversation moves on. And you're going to have to deal with this for the rest of your life, and you haven't even been in combat. So I would say start to think now about what life is going to be like afterwards, and write it down. Write it down, because our memories are terrible. Keep that memory, and then either do or don't look at it later. But you maybe haven't been keeping a diary, and I'm not necessarily a fan of huge diaries, but I would say keep 1 or 2 records of how you're feeling, of how you see the future. And I think it might be very interesting 3 or 4 years down the line to look at that and look at what's changed and how what you've done has affected you, because most of it will be for you. You'll perhaps keep in touch with 1 or 2 of us. You'll surely keep in touch with your friends in Ukraine. But in 4 or 5 years' time, very few people are. So make sure you preserve would be my unsolicited advice.
Thank you, Nick, first of all, for all of your kind words. It really does mean a lot.
You are permitted to cry because we had. You are permitted to cry, by the way.
Doing it. No, it was only Axel's comment that wanted to make me cry.
Because Axel cried on the space. Axel cried here last night at some good news. and
Okay, well, it was
all,
good news. So it wasn't an ugly cry then, I guess.
no, but we're all permitted to do that here. When I get a little bit sad, I tend to block the mic, which is amazing because normally I'm Mr. Hot Mic. That could be my name, Hot Mic. I normally Hot Mic. When I get but when my voice starts to wobble, I mute the mic. But letting us know how you really feel is completely allowed here. Apologies, I interrupted you.
One thing I was going to say is since I left from I don't know if you remember the whole burnout saga, but effectively I was burnt out last year, and I continued through the burnout for a month or 2 months past the point of break, and at which point it was like I'm going to jump off a building or take a holiday, and then therefore I headed off to Spain for a week. And that since that point, I haven't felt like I did then, which is very good, because that was just honestly it was just hell. Like I could not take a single second more. And yeah, so just so you know, and everyone else here knows, I've been feeling a lot more positive lately. And once you spent a day saving cute cats and dogs, you can't really be too sad. You can be tired as hell, but you can't be too sad.
I didn't know that aspect of your story. Next time you need a holiday in Spain, hit me up.
Oh, you've got a palace? Yes, I'm there.
No, I have a small apartment, but it is in Majorca.
If there's a jacuzzi, I'm there.
Well, it has a pool.
Oh, stop it. I'm in love. Okay, I'll take you up on that offer. And then the next point. What was the next point? Yes. My plans after, which you told me to not tell you, but I'll tell you anyway.
All right.
I meant
don't feel you have
on
to.
Victory Day. Beer on the beach on Victory Day. And then fortunately, I just met with the Georgian Legion and their command yesterday, day before. And I said to them, it's going to be great when the war's over. And he said, well, the end of the war really is the beginning of the war for them, because, once we liberate all of Ukraine's territories, then we're heading off to Georgia. And then I was like, screw it. Like, that was my plan anyway. Let's go. So liberate Georgia, liberate Moldova and Transnistria. And then, effectively, hopefully it'll be a very easy task by then, because there won't be any Russian military left. But yeah, so I guess, liberate all of the Ukrainian territories that are currently held by Russia, and then move on to Georgia, which sounds lovely. And then I won't have to get bored of my war stories, because there'll be a new one down the line, and there'll be Georgian people that would love listening to them because they also hate the Russians. So so Georgia, Transnistria, I don't know where else. You can probably tell me where it needs to be liberated, but that will at least keep me busy for a while. But it did terrify me when you said, what about 5-6 years down the line? Because you're right.
No, I didn't mean 5, 6 years.
In a bar going, Ukraine.
Precisely. No, I didn't mean. Yeah. I didn't mean after 5 or 6 more campaigns. I meant after you go back to Blighty, get some normal job, and there will be times when you look back to this, and your future life partners will not. Your future life partners will not be able to share this with you.
I'm not returning to Blighty, believe it or not. I have no ambition to go to that cold and miserable island with all of its freedom, I mean, yes, obviously lovely, perfect society, great place, but I just can't deal with the weather, to be perfectly honest. I'm one of those Brits that moved to Spain for the warmth. I don't know how anyone survives on that island, to be perfectly honest. The fact that 75% of the year it's rainy and cold.
Well, you did up till now.
You don't need to convince Nick. You don't need to convince Nick.
Yeah, I've lived in the UK for 42 years. So yeah,
exactly. Nick,
Richard, you have no idea. So you live in the world of global warming. The 1960s were even worse. 1970s were grey and dreary. I'm sitting here going, "This is beautiful weather at the moment." 20 degrees or 22 degrees.
Yep.
All right, gents, we have tons and tons of hands up. Let's
Okay.
cycle through the hands. I have
Can-
5 more
can we-
requests on there.
Can we bump Jag Girl up in the list at some point? I know G-Man and
She's there.
Metho
She would have
before.
been. She would have. Jag Girl would have been the next
She
one
volunteered
after
with
G-Man.
us.
Jag Girl, shoot.
You cracked me up. Sorry.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? I was surprised to hear that
I'm
you're in
wonderful.
Tucson.
It's lovely to hear your voice.
You too. I wanted to, I hope you're taking care, but I wanted to let you know I sent a couple DMs to the Frontline Kitchen account. So if you get a
Ooh.
chance, if you could look at those. And,
Geez, wow, sorry. I've literally just seen all of them.
oh yeah, no,
I am very, very sorry.
no, I just sent
You
them
have my
just
WhatsApp
now.
though.
Huh?
WhatsApp me. Like, oh, these were just now. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I just
That's
sent
why
them
I
because
didn't.
I know you don't
Okay.
check them all the time, but yeah, so
Yeah.
let me know too if you need anything or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Just look after yourself, please.
yeah.
That's what I want. But yeah, also just WhatsApp me next time because you have my number.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so much easier to catch me on there.
Yeah, and I'm bringing my my brother's girlfriend with me next time.
So you're heading back to Lviv soon?
Yeah.
To volunteer at the kitchen?
Yeah, and so
Cool.
I wanted to know if you needed me to go sooner. I mean, if you all needed volunteers in Ukraine sooner, let me know.
It's more about the longevity. It's we gotta go until the end. So
yeah.
Don't rush out here if it's going to cause you any issues. But of course, come out as soon as you can. It's lovely to have lovely volunteers in the kitchen.
Yeah, I miss you. So we'll
Miss you
talk
too.
to you soon and take care.
Cool. Thank you so much for jumping on.
You too.
Okay. Bye.
Making connections. There you go. G-Man, shoot.
Not literally.
G-Man.
Not literally, but yes. Yeah, Richard, inspiring listening to you. Glad to hear you're feeling better in yourself. Burnout is something I've experienced, and I'm hazard to say I was older when I experienced it. And I'm sort of still going through some of the trouble with that, but anyway, not about me. What I might write things down. You've got a great story to tell. I mean, I know you've got a brilliant cookbook in you, but write stuff down and you'll probably have more than a good cookbook in you. I have found writing to be very therapeutic. My writing mightn't be very good, but it is therapeutic. Somebody listens to it, reads it, that's fine, you know. But yeah, and just, you know, look after yourself, and it's all right not to be all right. Just reach out to any one of us if you need help.
All righty. So with that, we go to Rava. If you have any further questions, we have many more requests. 7 more requests have popped up. So we'll
Just
go through
before
them as long
Rava
as...
speaks,
Sure.
I just wanted to say, G-Man, that voice, eh? I'm sure everyone listening was just like, wow, just therapeutic almost. You know, just that beautiful Irish accent. Anyway, to more important things rather than me flattering G-Man on the Irish accent. But I'm sure all these people around the world are like, wow.
You know that he's from east of Derry, right?
I mean, I just wish I knew my Irish geography, to be perfectly honest. I don't know if you know this, but in England, they don't really teach people about history, unless you take it as a subject, of course.
You can listen to David Brookfield. He can tell you all about it. He served there. All right,
Wow.
Let's go to Rava.
Hey, Chef, how you doing? I'm so glad that I try to promote you guys as often as I do. But on the subject of ugly crying, I'm one of the many here on the space that has had an ugly cry here when I found out my stepson had cancer. It's kind of expected. We're all family and we're all here for each other.
And there you go. All righty. Meta, you've been waiting patiently, I think.
Oh, thank you, Richard. I'm so touched about your story, saving cats and everything. And you're not a soldier; you're a rescue person. I know rescue persons here in Finland. But then the ones who are first in the site when there's been an accident, then they see horrible things. So don't be ashamed at all to cry or feel, how many can lift up hands who have seen a trauma patient or a dead person first sight? So never be ashamed of crying over such things. What I was thinking is, I didn't hear you all the way because I had some things to do, but how do you feel? Are there people that can be rescued on the left bank, on the your you were there, sort of not there, but sort of. Can something be done for the people in the left bank still? And thank you for what you do, everything you do. You're my hero, and try to smile. Okay.
That's incredibly sweet of you to say. In regards to what's going on the left bank, there are things that I can't say, but things that will be coming over the next couple of weeks. And then therefore, hopefully we won't have to worry too much about the humanitarian side of things, sorting everything out, because, yeah. But anyway, I'm probably saying too much as it is, so I will leave it at that. But just know we are doing everything possible, and yes, there are people every single day that are going to the left bank to rescue people, and even they're taking the time to video it, so which is very amazing. Because you would think that kind of stuff you would just be focusing on getting out of there and not getting captured. But yeah, there are lots of videos out there on Twitter of people doing these incredible rescues. Yeah, not like us. We're just on the Ukrainian occupied side. So yeah, we may hear the shelling, but we're not going to get captured. At least I hope. That is the plan.
Keep going. All right. With that, we go to Skykiss. After that, to Torixas, Sean, and Andre, and we will cycle everyone through thereafter because we have many more requests.
All right, I'll be quick. First, I want to say something to Raver, and then I'd like a couple of statements and a question to Richard. Yes, Raver, I know. When I lost my mom a little over a year ago, Doman was so he was touched by the fact that it was the last thing I shared this space with my mom. It was the last thing we shared was our mutual concern for Ukraine's future. And so, I've been touched by cancer. I lost my mom to cancer. And now my sister has just been diagnosed with 3 types of cancer. We'll get her surgery dates on Friday. So to Richard, hi, thank you. I'm so pleased that you have come to visit the space today. And I was just on your profile, yours and Nurse Anna's, wishing Nurse Anna's daughter a happy 7th birthday. So, and it was delightful to, I commented on your comment, and on your profile, I also commented on your, I guess, directive that, and next up, after we get Ukraine free and get all the land back for Ukraine, we're going to Georgia and helping them. And we all have friends and, some colleagues from Georgia, and it's so important. And I also wanted to say I love and respect cooking. My first boyfriend fell in love with French cooking, and became a chef, became a professional chef. So, and I learned everything I know about French cooking from him, because he worked at Brennan's as a waiter, and then he got a job at Commander's Palace, which is like one of the few 5-star restaurants in the entire planet. And it's in it's in New Orleans, so that's where I grew up. And so, of course, food. What do we say? We everyone else eats to live. In New Orleans, we live to eat. So that's a favorite saying. I have a question for you, and I don't know if you covered this, because I was out of the space for a few minutes, about first aid kits. Are you taking some good basic first aid for yourselves and also for the people and animals you rescue? And everybody, I think everyone knows now that the first thing people do when they get back onto land and they have access to showers and clean bath water is to give everybody, including the animals, baths. But first aid has been a really, really big. Yeah, I know. I heard David say something about puncture wounds, and then I fell out of the space. I had another call. Thank you.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've put off for the past 2 hours or so, or maybe it's only an hour I've been on the space, is I was meant to be having a shower after leaving the river earlier, because I still have the river water all over me. And this is probably where one of the hosts is going to shout at me and say, you know what's in that water? I can't believe that you haven't washed it off of you yet. And yeah, it doesn't smell too brilliant, but that's the brilliant thing about Twitter Spaces. You can't smell me right now. But yeah, maybe someone's going to tell me now, Rich, you should really go shower and get off the space. But I don't know. So shower and then bed. And in terms of medical kits, I don't have a full IFAC on me. A couple of the guys do. I just have a tourniquet.
But you have one in the boat, right?
No, in I carry a little kind of like money purse, or I don't know what the man
Get
bag.
But
yeah, I have the tourniquet. I have this. I have bits of the IFAC.
Listen, Richard, get an IFAC.
Yeah, I have the IFAC that you'll need on the boat, kind of thing. You know, the boat equivalent IFAC.
Yeah,
maybe.
That's one for people you meet and one for people you help. Get an IFAC.
Yeah.
Next.
Okay.
Thank you. We need you a little longer. You spoke about the bloody rusty nail. Just imagine.
I know. I thought about that earlier.
Right? Artillery shell goes
Yeah.
down, boat capsizes, you fall into the water, your knee or your calf hits a big fucking rusty steel, protruding steel nail or whatever kind of shite, and what you need then is a tourniquet. So.
Oh yeah, I've got a tourniquet.
Yeah, you'll need more. Jeez.
I know. We've got 2 tourniquets.
But anyway, you're there. You know
the troops need them. The troops need them. I can't be dicking around with one where they're on the front.
You're not under artillery shelling on the bloody fucking stream, right?
Yeah, but artillery is less likely to hit us than it is the guys that are actually fighting on the front. And
you know what the funny? Yeah,
I gave away my tourniquet to someone I saw that didn't have a real tourniquet.
Richard,
they were walking around with a fake one.
Richard,
anyway, yes, I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree.
My best friend is an artillery officer. The only thing he would recommend to you is, if there is artillery in your vicinity, it might spread shrapnel or create it. You need an IFAC, please.
I just don't think. Yeah. Anyway, I it just, I don't know. I would, if I ever had one, I would just give it away to the nearest soldier that I saw that didn't have the correct kit anyway. So it kind of negates the point.
Richard,
I knew it.
I'm
David,
gonna have to interrupt.
David, wait one, Mike. Ryan, wait a second, please. David, please tell Richard that I'm right, and then he needs to
So
get
Richard, I was just listening, and here's the thing, though, right? Here's the important thing, right? So the reason why you need to carry your IFAC or have an IFAC is because you are no use to anyone if anything happens, right? So it's not selfishness on your part or anything like that. It's just common sense. Get yourself an IFAC. But here's the thing: I appreciate that whilst you're in Kherson, that might not be the easiest thing in the world to do, right? But surely you'll be able to put something together, because what you need to do is to help other people. You need to keep yourself whole, and that's the important part. So I'm not going to give you another lecture about that. Not now, but I will later on.
How do you not give it away? That's what you're going to teach me the morals of, is
because the people in his unit the other people in his unit will have something, and you're traveling everywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There we are. Okay. And with other people rely on you. It's not just one person. Many people rely on you.
I've got a deal for you, Dave and Axel. If someone sends me an IFAC, I will personally stitch my name onto it and make sure no one touches it. You know. That's just me being lazy and asking for someone to send me one. So, but anyway, yeah. Someone send me an IFAC, and I promise you, I will not give it away. I'll stitch my name into it. So.
All right, we'll go to Ryan. Ryan, please add
on hello,
the
Ryan.
pylon, please. Ryan.
It says connecting.
I can see him here. Ryan.
Now he's a speaker.
Ryan.
Good afternoon, Ryan. I assume this is Ryan 3XR, Ryan. No, disconnected. Ooh, Torixas? I'm not saying that name correctly.
While we're waiting for Ryan, Ryan was just about to give you a lecture, I think. But let's go to Torixas, then we go to Sean.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Yeah, I was not on Twitter from Thursday, so I had no clue you were in Kherson. But I was at Frontline Kitchen again Saturday evening and missed you again. So it's getting annoying. So we have to really set a date.
Thanks for everything you keep dropping off, by the way. For everyone that doesn't know, this man is a hero. He's dropping off so many energy bars and everything else for our troops, just like boxes and boxes full of goodies, and they are very, very happy. I need to get you videos of them on the front munching on these bars, saying thank you personally. Is the least I can do for you.
Now,
anyway, please continue.
Yeah, well, I enjoyed the discussion about the IFACs because you guys give them away every time. So I liked Axel and David trying, but I'm sure I know what you're going to do. But about
I'm going to give it away.
about the emotional.
Sorry, actually.
About the emotional part, I've had a burnout too, and in the past. But since this war, everything triggers me. So there's a lot of occasions where I just tear up, and that is quite surprising to me. Because I thought I was over it, and I think I'm over it, but there's just a lot of triggers which make it happen. I think it's no, it's not normal, but in these circumstances, it's normal. So that was it for me. Thanks, and take care.
Thank you so much, Jaku. Hello.
Alrighty, so we would now go to Sean.
Hi guys, thanks for letting me come up. Richard, you're amazing, you're a legend, you know that. I'll see you in person, hopefully, if you're back from Kherson or wherever you end up in the time being. I've got about a week and a half, maybe not even that, before I'm out there with you guys. I just got to say to you, you've got my number. I'm gonna DM you the rest of my information of where I'm going to be staying, which is not far from you, where you're usually based, not far from Emerson, but in Lviv. I'm in the middle of getting all my stuff ship and ready to get out of here. And I'll be away soon. I've been watching you all day on Twitter while tweeting other things with Harry and stuff. And yeah, it'll be a pleasure to actually meet you in person and see that you kept your head down as all that shit were kicking off round about you. But I'm not going to go on the IFAC thing with you because everybody else is going to have a go and Ryan's back. So yeah, I'll leave it at that, and I'll send you my info and stuff so you know that when I'm actually arriving. And I'll touch base with you then. I just thought to say congratulations to getting out there and go have a bloody shower as well. Yeah.
I will attempt to at some point, maybe before bed.
Maybe.
So
No, you definitely do before bed.
I definitely need to. I can smell myself, and it does smell of stinky river water. So, yeah, I'm gonna do that immediately after this. So, maybe I'll call it in 10-15 minutes or so and get out of here. But
right.
Yeah, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at the kitchen.
No problem, Richard. Look forward to seeing you. Just keep yourself safe, man. I won't be long. Thank you, Axel and David, for letting me up. And you can drop me back down for other people now if you don't mind. I'm quite cool with that. But take care, Richard. Stay safe, and see you soon, bro.
Alrighty, and with that, we go back to Oklahoma.
Richard, good to see you or hear from you. I guess I should be more specific. Please don't go anywhere without an IFAC. Please don't go anywhere east of Kyiv without an IFAC. It's really pointless for you to show up there and become a liability instead of an asset.
I get what you're saying.
And I totally,
the whole
completely 100% understand the desire to give away what you have in your IFAC to the first soldier you see, but it's the same airplane mentality. You put the mask on yourself, and then you put the mask on the other person, and that's why I carry around 4 tourniquets so I can still give away 2 and have 2 more for myself. But
it's a struggle.
Secondly, please go bathe yourself. There is some nasty stuff in that water. You will get a skin rash that will turn into a staph infection, and then you are also a liability and not an asset, and you are much too large of an asset to the people of Ukraine to get on the injured list. Can't have you on the bench. We need you on the field.
I feel like I'm back at school and I'm being told by my teachers now.
Well, if you're in Lviv at dinner and you don't have an IFAC, I will not junk punch you. But if I see you anywhere east of Kyiv and you don't have an IFAC, you're gonna catch one from your big brother Ryan.
And you should treat it. You should treat it as being told off by your teachers, right? Because that's exactly what we are doing.
I'm far too irresponsible to be a teacher.
But Ryan,
can we just
what do you think is more important? Okay, Carol.
People,
Alex,
it's very simple. We're fucking proud of you. Just get a fucking IFAC so we can stop this discussion because we're really proud of you.
For the spectators, I worked out that IFAC is something first aid kit. What's the I for?
Individual first aid kit. I carry around a very small one that does not have the splint in it that rolls up because those are kind of bulky. So I have a very slim, low profile one, but it does have chest seals. It does have everything you need in an IFAC. And if you're somewhere like Kherson,
but Ryan, what if you need a splint? You know,
then I'll find a stick and I'll use the Israeli bandage.
Oh, a stick!
I can improvise.
Be careful, or
I can drag my my hanging limb somewhere and take care of myself. That is not a life-saving device. It's something to make me in less pain while I'm moving somewhere that can save my life. But all the
everything is about risk reduction.
All the essentials.
Do you think we need to focus on the whole Ukrainian seatbelt saga versus IFACs, or I don't know what will save more lives per year than IFACs or Ukrainians and seatbelts, because it does not exist here. I don't know if Ryan wears a seatbelt whilst driving around Ukraine.
If I'm going more than 50 kilometers an hour, I absolutely do. If I'm going,
okay,
if I'm routinely going under 30 kilometers an hour, I hope that I will survive the impact.
Interesting. Naughty, naughty. I'm sure Axel and David are going to say something about this, maybe.
Well, I was going to say something about this before my trip to Northern Ireland. They show you accidents that people were in. Now, this is the 1980s, when the times when people didn't have to wear seatbelts. Some of the slow collisions were and the seriousness of the injuries were extraordinary. So I won't go into them because the pictures were involved. They were described as pornography because they were very, very serious. Just wear a seatbelt. Again, Ryan, doesn't matter. 3 miles an hour is still enough to implode your head.
I agree with you completely. I was just about to say that I've seen a lot more serious injuries in Ukraine as a result of car accidents than I've seen as a result of shrapnel incidents or catastrophic fires where you would need to exit a car swiftly and not have your seatbelt on. If you're not carrying a firearm and think that you need to jump out of a car quickly to defend yourself or others, then you have absolutely no reason to not wear a seatbelt. And even the guys who drive around with guns in the car wear their seatbelts. They just wear them a little differently.
All right. Now that we managed to make it clear what our friend Richard will be doing in the next 72 hours to save himself, let's go back to Nick, then we go to Peter, then to Skycase, and then I have many more requests. So Sean, if I may cycle you down, that'll be fine. Adam, if you don't have your hand up in a second, I will have to cycle you down because then I have to go to other requests.
Yeah, everything's risk reduction. I'm quite certain that many of us here would be rather shocked to discover how many people in Ukraine smoke cigarettes. My seatbelt story is also from the 80s, David. The Dutch police had when they would pull you over for not wearing a seatbelt, they would give you a choice. You could either have a fine, which I guess is probably 20 euros in today's money, or probably 50 euros in today's money, or you could sit in the chair. And the chair was a chair that slid from a height of less than a meter down about a 20% incline and stopped at the bottom. And basically at the bottom, you were going about 4 kilometers an hour, but you didn't wear a belt. And it was designed to simulate a very, very low speed accident. And you could go in the chair, and this was the alternative to taking the fine. And the TV people were interviewing the police officer next to this slide, and they said, "Well, how many people take the chair, to save, price of a meal out?" And he said, "Nobody." He said, "We slide the chair down without anyone in it," and he said, "and then everybody takes the fine." And then the reporter said, "Well, what's it like?" And the guy said, "What? Do you think I've done it? I'm not stupid." And as anybody who has ever accidentally walked into a lamppost or a door will tell you, an impact at 3 or 4 kilometers an hour is extraordinarily painful. And if you hit something at 30 kilometers an hour, you have 100 times more kinetic energy. So yeah, wear your seatbelt, folks.
Okay. With that wonderful advice from the 1970s, we'll go to Peter, then Skycase, then G-Man. Peter.
Yeah, Richard, I think you're incredibly brave doing what you're doing, and and I really admire brave people. One thing, I mean, if you're doing anything risky, I mean, in my occupation, we're all about risk management, and that is, you have to be prepared. You have to go through various checks, go through checks on yourself and say, right, well, I'm going into a risky situation. How can I reduce that risk? What happens if this happens? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm just going to say it, you're playing Russian roulette. I mean, you would no sooner go up and climb a mountain in the middle of winter in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. You would equip yourself properly. You would want to know that you've got a radio, you've got a way of contacting other people if anything happened, and stuff like that. And you're a very valuable person. We all want you to be safe and secure and to have a great future. And you're an incredibly brave person. So do think risk management. How can I reduce the risk to myself? So do equip yourself and do take care. Thanks.
Alrighty, there's a lot of security advice. If you have questions for Richard, rather than we've admonished the young man enough, he's doing great. If you have questions, raise your hand. If you don't have any further questions, don't raise your hand. Okay, G-Man.
I'm
G-Man,
not
do you have a
scared, Axel.
question?
Just give me a warning. Right.
I just gave you a fair warning. Yeah. If you don't come up with a question in 15 seconds, you're going to be cycled down.
All right. Okay. That's it. All the best, Richard. I'm out.
Oh, come on.
Have a good evening.
This is for Ryan and you. And risk management, right? So Northern Ireland, people used to plant bombs under people's cars. Still do, actually, but not as much. Right? So the seatbelt thing, Ryan's right. If wearing your seatbelt makes it more dangerous for you, then don't wear your seatbelt. Otherwise, you wear your seatbelt. Now, I know one particular person who was killed where I live, army officer, when a bomb exploded under his car because he was wearing a seatbelt in the 70s when nobody really wore seatbelts. But he was a captain and he did played by the rules, right? The fire got to him before anybody could get him out of the car, right? And I also know people who got into their cars, didn't put their seatbelt on, and didn't even close the door, because that way, if the bomb went off onto their car, they might actually survive the blast. But otherwise, safety comes first, and you're more important alive than not. Here, end of the lesson.
Thank you. And can I agree with Axel's comments on no more talking to Rich about IFACs or safety or seatbelts or anything else? Just we understand seatbelts, IFACs save lives. I got it, even though I don't have
the
it.
love roll into Richard.
Exactly. Please no more. I will never mention about my things I should be doing, but I'm not again. But yes,
Richard,
Peter.
do you see it's an expression of love and worry?
I do, a painful expression. I want to talk about fun things, not about bloody IFACs and seatbelts. But anyway, Peter, Skykiss, I don't know. Axel, you're the big boss. You tell him who's up.
No, I don't do anything. I've given my mantle over to Alan and David, so they can do this
now. We could just sack Axel now if we wanted to. There we are. I know.
I didn't even know Axel worked for you.
So he's just hovering over that button. There we are. Yes. And Alan, welcome to you. Alan, do you have any questions for Richard before he disappears?
I have no questions, David. I've been listening intently and am very impressed by Richard's efforts and his heart and soul and courage. That's all I can say. But do notice, Richard, in my avatar photo, I'm wearing a seatbelt.
Yes, and just I know G-Man's story about the wearing the seatbelt. The thing is that if he was burning, he probably wouldn't have got out anyway. Sadly.
Can you just no more seatbelt talk,
No.
please?
Okay, good.
Please, David.
Well, that's
please,
good.
man.
I won't then. We'll stop. Good. So all you have to
Immediately
do
block
is
anyone that says the word seatbelt.
just promise me you'll get an IFAC then, and then I don't have to mention seatbelt. But with this, I'm going to force you to go to bed and have a shower. Make sure you read my message, and then right. But listen, you're a very, very special person. What you've done is incredibly brave and a very special thing to many people, right? Without people like yourself, this war would be even worse. It's very brave, and yeah, I'm in just an absolute admiration for what you're doing. But with that, I'm going to send you without your cocoa, because you don't have an IFAC, to go to have your shower and bed, and then when you report in next time, then we will let you have your cocoa.
And real quickly, just look up in the nest, Richard. I want you to see how small they can be before I delete that from the nest.
Oh, wait. Ryan, there's no excuses, Richard. They can be tiny. But hey, it's not all about size, Ryan.
It isn't.
Don't feel ashamed.
It's the contents, as long as you're packing a good punch. I've got everything I need in there.
But Richard, he only says this because the stakes in North Texas are so small.
Oh,
don't make me come to Talon.
It's fine talk.
Yes, exactly. But we'll be off with you. We're going to change the topic now, but very proud to speak to you and everything, Richard, and we will speak to you again very soon.
Does this mean I can go wash?
Yes, it does mean you can go wash, and it means that you absolutely 100% should check in tomorrow, and so we can talk to you again.
And that the Peter and the Sky Kiss just before I leave, just checking they're not questions for me. I don't want to abandon.
No. Even if they intended to have a question for you, it doesn't matter, because really what I'm saying is, you need to go. You feel free to say, keep listening. That's wonderful. Keep listening. Go and wash. No cocoa for you.
David, I'll let you into a secret. I washed my legs about 10 minutes ago.
I just don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I don't want to send you a photo of my wet legs. But,
exactly.
You know,
do it.
They were what was in the water.
Show me. Anyway, but with that, I'm going to go to, if you look in the nest, you will see several tweets, many, in fact, some people have been filling up the nest. What happened there? Oh, that was me. Anyway, right. So Alan, yes, it was me. Right, I'm filling the nest up. Well, in the nest, there's one thing I would like to direct everyone to. You will see there's a tweet by Tender, right? And if you click on that, you will see because we've been talking about the Dnipro, in fact, it's emptying very rapidly, etc. And I think we need to have a little discussion about this. Alan, have you seen it?
I have seen it, and I heard you and Axel earlier this afternoon talking about Nikopol, I believe it was, where there is a possible crossing. In fact, that is where the Wehrmacht crossed in World War II, right?
Yeah, nope. And there's
no, it's wrong. Nikopol, it's wrong. The Wehrmacht crossed at Berislav, which is directly next to Nova Kakhovka. So if you go to look at the imagery of
anyway, I've got it in the nest, right? So I've put this in the nest as well. And so here's the thing: I know you're saying wrong. Once again, you jumped in, but once again, you jumped in without letting me finish. Right? For which I would have said, Axel, right, There is we will discuss that tweet in a moment. Anyway, yes, please, Axel, don't make me. Right.
What?
So we will discuss this. We will discuss this later. So let's keep on this subject.
108 kilometers as the crow flies away from Berislav. So it's just wrong.
So
Trying to help you.
Thank you very much, Axel. Don't make Richard separate the two of you and send you to neutral corners. So 100.
You mean amongst the peonies and begonias? I will defend the begonias. He will defend the peonies.
So, but in any event, so 108 kilometers away, there is an additional crossing that is now safer than before the reservoir emptied, right? David? Well, David, Axel, bring me up to speed here. How the hell can you get across the Dnipro? In force. Well, this gives me the opportunity to ask people to please retweet this space. Ordinarily, it is the most civil space here on Twitter. And we have an opportunity to interview people like Richard Woodruff of Frontline Kitchens, who is doing extraordinary work in Kherson now. So please do retweet this space. There is no other place where you can hear conversations like this, where you can speak with people who have the experience that Richard has. And go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, make a generous donation so humanitarian aid can get to Kherson as quickly as possible. David, back to you now. I apparently, I rarely kill the conversation as co-host, but I guess I have succeeded unless I cannot hear anyone because no one is speaking. I guess I can call on Skykiss. I'll see if I can hear you.
All right. Thank you, Alan. And actually, it looked like David was speaking into air. Yeah, I don't hear him either. So I think it's David. But let me just say, Richard, I loved the borscht story. I'm delighted that I got to hear it. That was wonderful. So, that'll be it for now. I'm not going to bother you with anything else. Go wash thoroughly.
Thanks, Skykiss.
Well, yes, thank you.
Yep. I could hear you, and I assume you could also hear me. David, if you're listening, I cannot bring up requests to speak. So there's not much I can do to keep the conversation rolling along. And we do have 4 requests to come up. No hands up from speakers currently here. I can report that, and this has been reported at by several sources, that the chief of staff of Russia's 35th Combined Army Major General Sergei Gorachev was killed in a missile strike. Apparently, this is likely, well, I don't know exactly what missile strike this would have been in. Special Kherson Cat is reporting this, and others as well. So, an important an important way to degrade Russian command and control. Who knows? Maybe the man was competent. I have no idea. George, I see you requesting. I'm sorry, I cannot add you. And I see no one raising their hand here. I assume Axel and David are speaking behind the scenes. G-Man, thank you.
Demining.
Alan,
Yeah, Alan, welcome up.
I'm sorry. I can't.
Yeah,
I
Alan,
lost
welcome
my
up.
emojis.
I'm just going to drop down. Okay.
Oh, okay, G-Man. Very good. Guy Kiss lost her emojis. Maybe we are having some Twitter glitches here.
That's what
Axel,
I'm trying to tell you, Alan. I'm sorry, and I think maybe it's just one of those things where some of us can't raise our hands or anything. Sorry to interject here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sky Kiss. Axel, you say you're demining. I have seen photographs around. I believe it was around the Ernohadar nuclear power plant, or around Ernohadar, where the power plant is. That the drained reservoir has exposed a line of mines that Russians laid to prevent Ukrainian landings. So,
yeah, this is consistent with the news which we, I think, discussed here in February, that the extension of the Enodar nuclear power plant cooling pond feeder tubes would have to be manipulated manually if in case so required. And we had highlighted, I think this was after a discussion with Victoria Voistitska and a couple of other notes which came out, that at that time, Ukrainian armed forces had reported, as well as the Ukrainian, oh God, what is that? Whatever the equivalent of the Atomic Energy Commission of Ukraine is, had reported that they had seen significant evidence that the tests, which seemingly are regularly done, or trials which are regularly done in order to check whether the extension of those pipes was feasible, the Russian troops in occupation had prevented them from doing so. And they had prevented them from doing so because they had said that they had laid mines. And the Ukrainians had complained about it, and there was a discussion with the IAEA about it. So that means that the area surrounding exactly those places where those tubes were to the cooling pond had been mined already, which obviously led to the concern that the Russian armed forces had laid sea mines in different forms. And this is not my expertise. You would have to talk to David about it. He'll probably be significantly more comprehensively educated in that regard. That these sea mines had been there. And as we can now see, that some of a very interesting high-tech sea mines are actually laid there, which dropped on the ground, have a little antenna, can pick up vibration, as I understand as well, and quite sophisticated, if I may say, and highlight. So those have been laid. And that is just another sign of how the Russians wage their war, because this is not about laying mines in order to prevent an advance per se, but it was laying mines in order to prevent the use or the potential use of Enodar as a nuclear power plant, and restrict it so that they could play their fear narrative. Yeah, that's it.
yeah, exactly. So they could use the nuclear power plant as a psychological weapon. So, Axel, as long as you and I can speak, I really would appreciate your taking 30 seconds or 60 seconds to bring me up to date on how it's become easier for Ukraine to cross the Dnipro reservoir since it has been drained, and thus exposing the Russian rear. I think this was the most spectacular point that Thomas Tyner made in his 41 minutes.
Yep, in the discussion which we had with Thomas, it was interesting. He highlighted that from his perspective that we discussed it. I think who else was on here? David was here, me, Nuno, I think. Sören earlier today, when we spoke about the this is in various iterations. Thomas summarized it as the most important strategic mistake the Russians could have committed to during this period of their defense against the counteroffensive. Because what have they done? If you look at the basin, that is the narrow part of the Dnipro River basin, is about 85 kilometers. That narrow part had always a very significant stream. It had elevation and everything. So the river in itself was passing through that area quite heavily, but it wasn't wide because the surroundings were slightly more elevated. And then it widens up. And you can see this if you go to, what's that called? Soloto. Now I apologize. I have to click on this Soloto Bakla. Solo. Somebody has a map, please? Anybody? Map? One sec.
Here we are. What map do you need? I can find it for you.
You remember what we talked about earlier with Thomas about the 80 kilometers which go from Novokakhovka to Zolota Balka. This is where the basin starts opening up. There's a little peninsula created by means of the basin today. If you look at the map, you can see this Babinye, Bereshanka, Nizhny Urachik. These are all these little villages or townships on that peninsula. And then the basin opens up massively. There are certain areas in the basin where the basin has been relatively deep even. However, this does not apply to the area between Nikopol and Kamyanka Dniprovska, that is the township, actually the city, directly to the south of Nikopol. So if you look at your map from the tip of Nikopol, which is currently free in Ukrainian, to Kamyanka Dniprovska, which is Russian occupied, it's only 4.8 kilometers, which is why the Russians have been shelling the other side continuously. So then the distance does not massively increase, which is why there have been attacks and SOF missions and all the stuff which we've been discussing here. And then the basin opens up again further to the east. In that basin, you can see, for example, if you go a tad to the east, that this river basin, and you already see it if you're on Google Earth, for example, that there has been some kind of a spillover delta, because the original river bed of the Dnipro is actually to the northeast. And then it has spillover area to all that part which has been flooded after it was dammed. As a consequence, the area to the east of it has been completely flooded. It is, however, not flooded extremely and high. I mean, the elevation is very limited. I think at times it's about 4 meters, sometimes it's 6 meters. So all of this has emptied significantly since. So if you look at this now, that means that massive parts of the whole front line, both the narrower part as well as the lower eastern part of that basin, have been emptied, reduced. And David, what opportunity does that provide for the Ukrainian armed forces vis-a-vis the Russians?
I'm going to go, because I was trying to draw said map, I'm going to say it's going to give them lots of opportunities. Because of course there I was going screenshot said map, and I wasn't listening to a thing you said. So lots of opportunities.
Meaning crossing over points where essentially the old riverbed, Alan, is deep, but narrow. Narrow as in maybe not more than 700 meters. That's nothing. a 700-meter bed you can cross, no matter what the stream. Sometimes it's significantly less even. So, and then there are areas where the Ukrainian armed forces can cross over because that's dried out completely. And then you put, what did our Marines call that, David? More mats?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what we called it as well. You know what? For the life of me, I can't. It was something runway, maybe metal runway or something like that. If in fact, if Museum is listening, maybe he could come up and let me know. Because for the life of me, I can't remember what it was called. But yes, the Marine called it Mormat.
And those elements you can put down in order to essentially bridge over muddy areas and therefore enable transit across muddy areas, because you need to still get your heavy divisions across. So there will be pontoon, ferry crossings, MOMAD enabled access to those pontoons and ferry crossings, but there will be crossing opportunities, and not just one, not just two, there may be 20 across the whole basin by now, because the Russians were so stupid to blow the dam. And the Ukrainians in Zaporizhia, as well as the other three dams to the north, that means Dnipro, Kremenchuk, and then, of course, Kyiv, simply actually said, okay, fine, we're going to close them. We're going to reduce the water flow. Yes, they have to keep the water flow at a little bit up. And I think we discussed it yesterday and highlighted it again this morning. They have to keep the flow up, and we sent some messages around as well with images. Friends of ours, Sören Herbst, was very kind to find out from the local oblast administration, say civilians who work there and who are very careful, who just showed images of the delta around Zaporizhia, where you can see the impact of the lowered level of the lake and the water flow. So you can already see how much it has dried out so quickly. It is massive. It's absolutely excessive. Just like the images of the the war dead, the skeletons, the helmets, and the likes you saw yesterday from the area which is closer to Nova Kakhovka, you can now see in the basin east of Enerhodar that essentially it's a barren area. So the Russians essentially opened a front line for themselves, which is about 80 kilometers from Nova Kakhovka to the north for crossings, and another easy, well, in this case, 105 kilometers east to west above Enalda. That's why Thomas called it stupid. Please, David.
No, I was going to say, and here's the other thing: the we call it the cascade of circumstances, right? Because they've started emptying it. They've clearly had their divers who have been putting in, anti-tank mines along the river. Right now, you see those little spikes. What they're for? They're called tilt mines, right? And there is no the mine doesn't work off compression. It works off that thing breaking, right? It's designed to either for boats might hit it, or for tanks coming in early or something like that, right? Depending on where it was, if it was on the side of a riverbed. So what they've actually done is made it even easier, because you can spot these things a mile away, right? So they've done one of the things that was concerned me for a long time was the Dnipro. If they'd mined inside, how would you find it? Because you can't, demining lakes is not the same as doing a field, and they've essentially just made things so much easier, and in actual fact, so much easier for the Ukrainians to know where they need to clear now, because they just stick up tilt mines. You can spot them on, in a with a drone. Yeah. They've really, they've very much shot themselves in the foot here, Axel.
Well, that's what happens when you have a great military strategist back in the Kremlin. Sounded like a good idea to Putin or Shoigu, and or both of them. I see they are barely speaking to one another now. Uh, so now they are getting they're just desserts here. David, thank you so much for bringing up requests. I think we should go to George because he's been trying for the last several days. George.
Yeah, it seems like days, Alan. Oh my God. Yeah, what I wanted to say is, if anybody's in a vehicle driving around in Ukraine, I don't know what to call it in Europe, but we call it duct tape, 100-mile-an-hour tape. Make sure you have a roll of that in your vehicle. Trust me, that thing can really save a life. Duct tape is really durable. It sticks to anything. It's hard to take it off, but in a pinch, you can actually rip it off and actually put it on the wound if you don't have anything else. I'm telling you, we've done it. We've used it. So if you're if you have an IFAC, great. If you have an IFAC and duct tape, you're even better. Just want to make that quick PSA. Anyway, it looks like tomorrow, $300 and something million is going to be announced by the United States. Another package there, Alan, that's going to include Stryker, right? And more Bradleys. That's what the scuttlebutt. That's what we're hearing, and some NASAMS and what do you call it? And
more
HIMARS.
HIMARS. Yep.
Yes. So considering that a Bradley right now, the M2A2 versions that Ukraine has they're being priced out at about $2 million a piece. I'd say we're probably looking at about another 50 vehicles on the Bradleys. So I wouldn't be.
Bradley 2 million.
What's that?
Did you say a Bradley was $2 million?
Bradley's about $2 million. That's what they're being priced out when they do these packages. Brand new ones about 4.3.
I thought that was the price of an M1.
No. M1's a little
Have
bit
prices
pricey.
gone up now that there's a war on?
Yeah. No, but actually the original cost was a little higher, but they're pricing them out now because they're the M2A2s. They're pricing them at about $2 million, and hopefully they've done some. Later on we'll find out that they overpriced them, and they can even send more stuff, right? But I'm expecting about 50 Strikers and 50 Bradleys out of this package, because with 325 million, you're going to need those Gimlers and NASAMS, and those things are not cheap. So if we can get another 50 Bradleys into Ukraine, that'd be great. Because we saw. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, so George, I was just going to say, so that I was just thinking about it. The thing that, of course, that I wasn't thinking of that was always going to increase these costs is the communications packages within the Bradleys now, isn't it? It's no longer the here you are. You've got all the other packages that go in it, and it's got the tow on top and all the electronics to go with it. Okay, now I understand. Okay, 2 million for an IFV, and then it's the electronics, isn't it, that will make the real difference.
Yeah, it's the electronics in there. The optics have gotten pricier. Just a lot of things, but right now, like brand new, they're going for like 4.3 million. So it's not nothing to sneeze at. But like I said, they priced the M2A2s at $2 million, which is, so if you send 50, that's 100 million at a $325 million package. So, and then of course, So tomorrow's the 13th, and then we have the 15th, right? We have another Rams.
Oh, okay.
Thursday. Yeah. Well, I'll take it.
Thursday. They're not on a Friday, are they? We spend the whole Friday
Thursday.
saying, yeah. So we spend
thanks
the
for
Thursday wishing that they would say something on the Friday, but they never do.
Yeah, because we're like, maybe they'll announce more stuff on Friday, but yeah, it never happens. Yeah, but so obviously, they're going to be getting more kit, and I know that the calls have come out for more things, not only as replacements for some things that have been lost, but also for more on top of what they have. But it's going to get interesting because that river now. So I saw what it's projected over the next couple of weeks from bank to bank, and I know you and Axel were just talking about it. I was listening in. It's going to get small, like narrower, and remember, and now it's like because it's going to get narrower, the slopes are going to be not as drastic, right, David?
Yeah, no, sorry, I was laughing at something else. I was going, yes, yes.
So if they slopes are going to become less steep, right? Then that makes the bridging easier.
Yeah, so the thing is that right on these things, when you say the slope doesn't change, but is where you're coming from it to, and how you're able to do it, right? So here's the thing, right? So if you've got call it a longer run up or whatever it is, then there's all the other things you could do, right? Because you could just get something with a blade in it and change that slope if you so wished, right? There's so many other things you can do.
So if you had a bunch of fast boats, right? Because you have to get onto the other side to start the bridging thing. So if you have enough fast boats and you can get several hundred guys over to the other side, right? Especially if it's now, instead of being like 2 kilometers wide, it's just 600 meters, 700 meters. Maybe
You got to. How do you get the boat to the water though? That's the problem.
That's the problem. Yeah, you're gonna have to trailer. You're gonna have to trailer them, right, or something like that. Because
and keep in mind all that receded area is like I've been looking at pictures of it, and it looks like loon shit. So you're going to sink up to your knees in it.
But there are some places, right? So there are some places where there isn't a lot of silt, right? So that would depend on where you're at. So sometimes, depending on the type of river you've got, so you might get on a curve, you might get more silt in one place than another, right? Because obviously the water's traveling quicker, right, on the outside. There's a whole load of factors to go in. Some areas, by the way, look like they don't have a lot of silt. So that one with the image that Axel was talking about, where you've got the very, call it a striking image of the person who's died in the Second World War, still with the German helmet on. That looks real. The person is just walking around on the top of that, and there doesn't seem to be a problem, right? And you can see where the other people have walked. So that looks pretty firm. So depending on what you've got, and what you would do is you would stick a little, spiky thing in it and it's gone this far down, and then you'd know whether you'd be able to go through it. So it just presents different problems, but these problems become easier. Obviously, a body of water that's 4 kilometers or 4 miles is a very different proposition to a body of water that maybe it goes down to 30 meters. Obviously, you are never going to choose the bit that is filled with silt, right? But you can solve those problems with you can put a whole loads of things like matting over it, which will make it support light vehicles or heavy vehicles, depending on how much matting you put down. George, I interrupted you. Sorry.
No. No, yeah, you're right, because there, obviously you're going to recon to see which is the best spot, like which spot is going to give you the best coverage, which spot is going to give you the best chance of actually securing a bridge quickly, and what you're going to be able to at least get to the water's edge faster. If it's obviously, if you're going to be sinking in there, that's something you're going to want to avoid, because you don't want to. Speed is going to be crucial, in attempting a crossing like that. But it's just crazy that they did this, and they keep doing these things. They keep blowing these dams, and the one dam that they blew yesterday, that just, from what I'm hearing, that just
screwed them up completely.
Yeah, it screwed their own guys, because they couldn't retreat, and they actually got slaughtered. And one of their motorized divisions is now pretty much, pronouns are was and were, and that's 100. I think it was the 127th motorized, rifle division, brigade, whatever the hell they call them. I think they call them divisions, but they're not really a division. It's more like a brigade. They pretty much ceased to exist this morning. Kiev time.
There's the thing, because they don't believe in humanity. Everything's just disposable property, and people are disposable, and therefore they don't really care about these things. And this is their downfall, right?
David, and remember, you weren't on this morning, but this morning we were talking about a video, and people were saying, "Oh, it's fake. It's done to intimidate." No, the drone footage, the overhead drone footage, was taken by a Ukrainian drone that was following, right, retreating Russians. Why would you be following retreating Russians with a drone, David? To see if there's more guys they're going to retreat to, or maybe a base or something like that. But as the drone was following these guys, more Russians came out of the tree line and shot them for retreating.
So I've seen that video. Do you think that's real?
Oh, that's real. That's real, because someone zoomed into it, and that gunfire is not fake. That gunfire is not fake.
So how do you explain that? So in the video, when you look at it, there's someone falls down, and then they end up being in 8-foot different place a little bit later.
Yeah, I just telling you, I think they crawled, but that video is real. The reaction of unless they have like the best Hollywood.
I thought it was an AI clip.
No,
but overlaid something. The reason why I'm saying that is when people run, right? People tend to run in a straight line, but several of them are sort of before any shooting starts, right? They're sort of moving, sort of dodging. Again, it looked to me like this is an artist impression, right? And then when the shooting started, there's no real response. You would expect people who've been under fire, right? And suddenly they've come under fire, and they don't have their weapons either. And
some guys, no, there's two guys. If you look at the video closely, I'll show you the one that somebody zoomed in. If you see two guys have their weapons at their side. Two of the guys that retreat, and I think they're just incredulous that they're being shot. And to run in a zigzag thing, that's probably what they've been trained, if they get caught out in the open, to run a zigzag pattern.
But they're legging it because they're frightened. So that was the bit that confused me. So
yeah, I've seen them run in this zigzag pattern before when they're getting shot at from Ukrainians, right, for whatever reason.
Oh no, which I understand. It was just the fact that they were zigzagging before the shooting. That's the bit that confused me, right? Because I would go that. Yeah.
The first two guys get clipped. I think they realize, and the guy in the middle is the one doing most of the shooting. I think he's the second from the left. but you can see when you zoom in the muzzle fire, and you can see the puffs that you would see when it hits the body. It's a real video. People want to sit there, and I'm 100% sure that that's a real video. Because, here's the other thing you have to think about. Okay, let's say they fake this video. Who are they going to show it to? Whether they're going to show it to them, what? Someone's going to walk around with a tablet and show them this video. This is what's going to happen to you if you come back, if you surrender.
Well,
if you run back. Well, then here's this. You see, and I wish Tom was on here. Think about this. You tell me that if I retreat, I'm going to be shot. Let's say you show me this video to scare me into, when I retreat, I'm going to be shot. Then what the hell, David? I'm surrendering the first Ukrainian.
Of course you are, right? Of course you are.
So
right.
The people that are saying that they're arguing that this was fake so that they can scare, no, that would have the opposite effect. You wouldn't want this getting out. You don't want to film this. You don't want to fake this video, because then everybody's going to mass surrender.
Who do you think faked the video though, George? That was.
I don't think the Ukrainians faked that video. It's.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll find out anyway. But maybe I'll see if I can find another version of it. There's a bit where you see them drop, and then they move about 3 or 4 meters, right, as the movie goes through.
But you got to really. Here's the other thing is, okay. So let's take up what happens when you get shot. Okay, when you get shot by an AK-47 or an AK-74 that has a steel penetrated core round. That round, for the most part, is going to go through and through at that distance. So what happens is you are now hit badly. Now, if it hits your spine or something like that and severs that, then you're paralyzed. You're just going to drop there. But if you get hit by that weapon at that close range, even though it does significant damage, by the time you bleed out, because instinct kicks in, you can crawl for several meters. And we've seen that even here in Philadelphia. People that are shot, where they're shot and where they find the body can be quite a distance, David. Even though by the time somebody shows up, like somebody got shot in the middle of the night, people heard shots. They call the police or they call whatever, 911. And the police show up. They might find the blood trails, several meters away.
No, of course, I know that. But what I meant, though, was whatever it is, whichever person who's shot, he falls down, right? And then 20 seconds later, when the Russians, the people who've done the shooting, run towards them, then that person's in a different position, right? So
and that could happen. That could happen. He could have moved. He could have moved.
I'm watching it. I don't see him move. Suddenly, he's just in a different position. You watch it again, George.
I'm just saying that the camera. But he's not in the camera scene the whole time. That person you're.
Yes, he's in the camera scene the whole time.
I'll look at it again, but
yeah, you need to.
If it's somebody, if the Ukrainians faked it, I don't think they would go out of their way to fake that.
I mean, it doesn't. But it doesn't matter, right? So the point is, if the Ukrainians did it, it's brilliant, and if the Russians did this, they filmed it and decided to distribute it, it's another just act of their abject stupidity, right? Because you said, right, what you'll be doing is, if someone shows it to you, you're going, all right, okay, yeah, I will get my white flag ready.
Yeah, I think what's being said is that the video was the drone footage is from a Ukrainian drone. So that's why I'm going to send you that thing. I'll DM you that thing, but yeah, I'm just going to go with. I think that's an actual video. It just looks that way to me. It doesn't look like something that was fake.
Do we? What's the highest resolution of that video we have, and where's the original source?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get.
If you could find that out and hand it to us, because we have a couple of boys who are reasonably decent at this shit.
Oh yeah. Well, I live with one. Remember? So yeah. So that's why I don't think it's fake, but I could be wrong. But like I said, there's no way the Russians faked it, because that would it'd be the stupidest thing they did, because it would be detrimental to them keeping these guys fighting. You know,
George and
Sure.
David, we have a lot of hands and a lot of requests. So let's cycle through these hands and then get up some additional speakers. So we will go to well, Griffin, you had your hand up, but you put it down. So we'll go to Meta, Peter, Nick, Favid, and Griffin. If you still have a question, you are number 5 now. Meta.
And Alan, one thing though, I don't even see you on here. I just sent you a message going, I've sent you an invite because I couldn't see you online. I will cycle down and come back. I mean, if I'm not seeing the co-hosts, then there's it's not a good.
Alan, that's a great opportunity to go to Nick.
Okay, Nick, go ahead.
No, it's a while since I put my hand up. The moment has perhaps passed, but that interesting discussion about the Bradleys, and then you don't get the communication package. It's like buying a new car, isn't it? I wonder if there's a sunroof option for the Bradley, or perhaps a 6-speaker stereo
Nick,
system.
It's about what kind of.
I'm joking.
What kind of a link system is available?
Yes.
Okay, good.
No,
you do understand that this is massively differentiating those pieces of kit.
Yeah. I mean, I something I've learned actually over the last year or so is, when I look at a tank, I kind of think, well, is it a big tank or not a big tank? And the idea that a T-72 can be anything from the extremely crappy base model to the not too bad if they've been upgraded, and then ditto, the Leopard 2. It's like, yeah, but it's only an A4. You really want an A6. And when you come from the software world, going from 2A4 to 2A6 is probably not a huge deal. And it turns out that some of these minor upgrades, and with the F-16s and with the Eurofighters, so these things are much more complicated than they seem, because the base system has a commercial lifetime of 30 or 40 years. And during that time, they plan to upgrade it, and they say, we will just get there's technology we don't yet have, but we will integrate it into that. And the amount of thought that goes into that, and that's one of the reasons why these things are expensive, is because they're upgradable. So I'm just being flippant.
Which is not unusual for you, Nick.
We sometimes, we have our flippant days and we have our melancholy days, and that's all part of life, is it not? Much like life in wartime.
Yes, that is much like life. So let's go for Meta, Peter, Griffin, Favid. Meta.
Thank you. Yeah, let's hope that this tank issue can be resolved later, because it doesn't matter in my mind at all. But I just wanted to read you some news. Defense Minister Shoigu has issued a kill order for soldiers of the PM.
No, Meta. No.
No.
Wait. It looks like extreme disinformation. He has issued nothing. It's complete tosh for the moment. It looks
there is like
this
it's a very official document.
The very official
This
document.
is someone from Finland arguing with someone from Estonia of German birth.
Yeah, it's not a very official.
What's happening on the ground, because Ukraine will not release any of that appropriately.
Yeah. there is no very official document at this point in time in any shape or form. There's something circulating on the internet which has absolutely no relevance for the way the Russian Federation communicates. Neither the tone, nor the diction, nor the format coincide with this. Therefore, disregard, wait. Or as David would say,
Sure, it's
contact,
not
wait
from
out.
Finland. That I know. It's I think
didn't
it's
say anything about Finland. That was not my comment. What I'm saying is contact, wait out.
sure, but yeah, okay. It's a popcorn thing probably. Okay, I'll step down.
Thank you, Meta.
That's Meta. That's not what I meant. You can stay around as long as you like. What I'm saying is, don't get entranced by the hopefulness of the Russians disintegrating. They will spill out information. They will project information for the purpose of feeding narratives and hopefulness on the Western side as much as everything else. It is the boatload, the constant fire hose of bullshit. But with that, I hand over to our kind people on the top.
Thank you, Axel. So just to get the order of hands back in sequence here, Griffin, and then Peter, and then Favid. Griffin.
Thanks, Alan. Just a quick comment on what George said. I absolutely agree about the usefulness of duct tape. As a first responder, it came in handy many a time, and especially as a field expedient to help you tape down towels over a gaping wound. Now to David, I would like to have him comment on two things. The first being I haven't heard very much about the use of Bailey bridges, which has kind of surprised me because they're so damn versatile. And once you got them up, anything can roll across them, including tanks. And the second thing I haven't heard about is the mine lines that detonate, line charges that detonate mines. I haven't heard very much about, if anything, about that either. Could you comment on that, David?
Yeah, of course. So I'll talk about the Bailey Bridge. I was chatting yesterday, not yesterday, a couple of days ago. I was talking about Bailey Bridge, we haven't heard about it because it's not even in the stuff that appears to be supplied. I would have said that Bailey Bridge would be something that would be ideal, and you can put it over a long way. The thing is that it's a particular skill, isn't it? Getting people to know how to use it and lift it in place. But we have that there are cranes, and it would make an ideal temporary bridge whilst they were sorting out the dam. Right. Of course, they would need to work out where they're going to put the temporary dam, as it were, the thing that's going to help raise the level of the water. But then you could put that in, and it can go in so many places. As you said, very, very versatile, right? Yeah, but it is very heavy. The other one, no, I've not heard anything about using explosive ropes to clear the minefields. Obviously, we saw the thing the other day where it looks like there was a bit of a disaster with the minefield. That means their planning's gone a bit wrong, but not seeing anything. There's nothing coming out, but I suspect we're not surprised that there's nothing coming out, are we? Because they are keeping they're doing a really, really good job of OPSEC.
Yeah, even the expedient of a flail-like device attached to a Bradley or to a Leopard tank or any other tanks can be a great counter device if you want to move quickly and you don't have those mine-clearing line charges.
Yeah, or rollers, right? So rollers will do the same thing, and we've seen. I don't know if have you seen the video of the farmer who's made his own version. He's made it out of large tires, right? So rolls in front of a tractor, which was a very, very innovative thing to do.
And if anything else, Ukrainians have shown themselves to be incredibly inventive or creative.
Oh yes, they are.
So on to Peter, Favid Abdullah. Peter. Peter, are you with us? While Peter.
Yeah, I'm here now. Yeah, I was going to ask a question because when the dam was originally blown, there were a lot of comments about the Russian army being totally disorganized, and there were some hints that maybe this was one general who had unilaterally decided to do it. I mean, do we know yet?
No.
No?
That didn't exist. That's a rumor which has been floated by Russian propaganda, meandered through various sources in the US as well as in Albania, funny enough, and Germany. It's complete and utter tosh. It's not the case. There's no rogue general.
Right? I mean, he did it in a fit of.
David, we can barely hear you. I think you've got a bandwidth problem. As in a phone bandwidth. Because you sound very much like this.
Yeah, David, you're cutting out every. Yep, David, you're not
Alan,
coming through at all.
Yeah, you would have to have him recycle.
Yes, David, if you can hear us, please recycle, because you simply don't have a connection. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so it came from the top then. It came from Putin, the decision to blow it.
We cannot know whether Mr. Putin himself did it, whether Gerasimov or Shoigu did it, but it has to come from what is the center of decision making. That you make these interpretations is completely your prerogative, but it's not what we are saying here. What we're saying here, it's not, whilst the execution is essentially a divisional command issue, it has to have a framework, a basis, mission command. And that had to be delegated. So there has to be an order to start. And that order has to come from someone who is higher up than that. And that's either theater command, and that's where it should be vested. The theater command, David, Alan, if I'm not quite mistaken, we were led to believe that Mr. Gerasimov has theater command.
That's what we were led to believe. We don't know if Gerasimov is in charge any longer, but that is what we were led to believe.
They will continue to tell us that there are various different things happening. People need to understand this. Just because you're in the West and you don't speak Russian and you have never been in Russia, you've never worked in Russia with Russians or against Russians or fought against Russians or killed any Russians. Just because you haven't done this, just take the advice. Do not believe a thing. Do not take any information which comes from there for granted. Assume everything is a lie. In the lie is another lie. In that lie is another lie. You cannot interpret what they're doing because their task is to obfuscate what they're telling you by means of creating different narratives. So forget everything you believe, put it aside, assume the other side is evil, bang on, there you go.
Okay, thanks, Axel.
Thank you, Peter. Abdullah and Milhouse. Abdullah.
Hey, thank you, Alan. Just wanted to give credence to what George was saying. David, the guy you said that disappeared from the image. Technically, he didn't, if you look closely, he never disappears. It looks like he fits in kind of camouflaged into the environment. But if you look closely, he never disappears from the image. So that
I know what I meant though is, but it's when he falls down, and then when the other Russians run over him, he then moves into a different position, right? Which would be the sort of thing that you would get with something that's been AI generated. That was really what I was saying. He doesn't completely disappear, but he sort of disappears, doesn't he? And then you see this strange rolling back, and he ends up in a different position.
So, David.
Sorry, hello.
Hey, David.
Yes.
Yeah, David.
Yeah, it seems to me that he rolls back, David. If you look closely, he rolls back. It seems like a natural move. I would have done the same move if I was trying to flee.
Yeah, Abdullah.
If you've been shot, though, I think that's the
Yeah, but it's adrenaline rush. Adrenaline rush. That you will do the same thing. If you did not sustain a crippling injury, I think you can make such moves. That's just from my medical background. That's it.
David, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, George.
I sent you the video that has it enlarged, and you'll see
wonderful
that he doesn't disappear. He does exactly what Abdullah says. He gets shot. He falls flat in there. You still see the outline of the body. It's just his uniform kind of camouflages him a little bit, but you still see this outline of the body. And then as he probably hears the footsteps, he tries to back the hell up, tries to stand up, falls backwards, and he gets shot again. And the same thing happens to the other two individuals that are on the left-hand side of your picture. But they get shot, they drop, they try to get up again, and then you see actually the second. There's the gunmen, the ones doing the killing. I'm going to call them gunmen. I don't know another word. The 1 second to the left, you can actually see in this part the muzzle flashes from his weapon, taking them out. So, yeah, if you look at it, take a chance, look at it. I DM'd it to you and Axel, but you'll see that this is a clear image.
No, the video doesn't convince me at all. I'm sorry.
Well, come on, Axel. I mean, it's right then and there in black. It's right there. It's right there.
I see a video where people are moving. That it could be equally in combat. That means nothing. That video is no proof of anything, and the origin of that video does not make it any better. I'm sorry.
It's what we're trying to say, Axel, is that it's highly likely that it's a true image.
Those are natural
highly
reactions
likely,
when someone
highly
gets shot.
likely doesn't
Yes.
cut it for me here. I'm sorry, mate.
But yes.
Well,
you're talking about blocking troops and field executions. Just because somebody at the social media account of these people, you know exactly who you are. You're listening anyway. I know you. Just because somebody could put some noise, I'm sorry, under such a video, doesn't mean anything. That video, if it is real, and has been done by a proper, sensible drone, should have been handed to the GUR, and there it should be. It should not be in public unless sanctioned by GUR. I doubt that the Norman Brigade has that authority.
Yeah. So, Axel, I will have to disagree with you
This
on
should
this one.
not be something coming from a brigade.
This must
not come from a brigade. This is completely outside the realm of what should be done in social media.
I'm not saying
It
brigade.
is exactly outside the realm of social media. I will not discuss this any further here. I'm sorry. George, where did you serve? How did you serve? Please.
Let's move on to Melhas. Melhas, or please go ahead.
Yes, good evening from Norway. I'm just like Axel. I'm very skeptical of that video. We've seen the Russians make a lot of skits. Like, did you remember a video where they were supposed to show Ukrainians stealing organs from from injured soldiers and stuff like that, or a Ukrainian soldier stealing food from the children who they were helping in Kherson. Very badly made skits, but this video is sort of borderline for me because it doesn't look like there's any photoshopping in it, but it could be staged, and I'm willing to believe that it's real, but only with some additional information like witnesses or stuff like that. But that's not really why I raised my hand. I heard a question about line clearing charges and like Miklex and stuff like that, and mine plows. Yeah, maybe I should talk about one topic at the time. Yeah.
Oh, do you want to? Are you wondering about Miklex?
No,
or,
I just someone asked would you use a plow or you use a roller? Practically, a line charge doesn't always set off all mines, so you would after doing the line charge, you would plow the lane and mark it anyway. That's sort of my standard way of doing it, and also proof it with a roller afterwards. So if you have the equipment and you have the artillery and concealment going, you would do all of that because a Miklik charge is not 100%.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So we can
What
go back.
did I say 10 minutes ago about the Shoigu thing?
I don't know. What did you say about the Shoigu thing? I think are we going to talk?
Completely, utterly outside scope. It's irrelevant. It's wrong, and it has been debunked now many times. It's like this shit just now. Please, people, Yehuda said it very clearly 2.5 weeks ago. Nuno Phoenix was so kind as to highlight it 4 times. David has been preaching this for weeks. There will be a fire hose of bullshit flowing every day, every night, 24/7, coming out of the Kremlin because they're losing. Be careful. If it is too strange or too good to be true, trust me, the likelihood of it being shit and untrue is high. Wait out, or as David would say, contact, wait out.
Anyway, it still made me laugh. I think
I know.
I'm still laughing now. It's very funny. Anyone wants to know what I'm talking about? Message me and we can discuss it. Anyway, the armadillo, and then
Abdullah.
Hey guys, are you hearing me loud and clear?
Yes, loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you very much. No, I haven't dug into as many of the details today as I normally like to do. And question on my mind really is do we have a running list of the settlements that have been liberated where we've seen verified video proof of Ukrainians in possession, waving the flag, and I've seen some of these. Is anybody keeping a running list of the verified liberated settlements?
Yes, the Ministry of Defense has announced this list, and give me one moment, and I'll find it. It's between 5 and 7 settlements. I say, give me a moment and I'll find it. But it was the Ministry of
I'll be
Defense
patient, Alan.
announcement that I saw.
I'll be patient.
Uh,
I can wait. I can wait. I could, if you put it up in the nest, I can come back later. What have you. I mean, I guess the thing I would say, I noticed in the last 24 hours, it was sort of like the Ukrainians didn't push quite as hard maybe on Sunday, based on kind of the Russian loss reports, or what was reported, or maybe it was an operational pause. Sometimes you make advancements, and then if the Russians are retreating fast enough, it's hard to keep up the same pace of battle, if you will. But it'll be interesting to see what gets reported in another 8 hours or so from now, 7 or 8 hours from here, whenever the new numbers come out. But no, I'm really pleased with the verified information I've seen on the counteroffensive. I have a big smile on my face, and yeah, I mean, as long as you avoid the BS, which mostly comes from the Kremlin, or almost entirely comes from the Kremlin, I guess I should say. And that's the key, right? I mean, it's just like that video that came out the other day. There was some video of some tanks that had their treads off, and it was like, oh my goodness, Russia had stopped the entire counteroffensive. What a bunch of ridiculous garbage, right? So, okay, I'll go back on mute now. Thank you.
So, Armadillo, here is what I know about the list of townships and villages liberated in the last couple of days. These are all south of Velika Novosilka, Neskushny, Staroshove, Blahodatne, Makarivka, Urozhove, and Novodonetsky. Now there is still intense fighting going on this south of Velika Novosilka. But those are the villages that I see listed as liberated over the last 2 days.
It sounds great. I think it's going to be a long summer for the Russians.
It's going to be a long summer for the Russians, but it's going to be a long summer for all of us. This is, if you listen to Thomas Tyner this afternoon, this is barely the opening moves. This is no different than pawns on a chessboard at the moment. And I think Thomas Tyner was accurate in saying that what the Ukrainians are trying to do is draw Russian reserves into the battle and see where those reserves are going to go. And Thomas Tyner will be here again tomorrow, as will Mick Ryan, that is General Mick Ryan retired, and Chuck Farrer. So in the 12 hours that are going to elapse, the 24 hours that will elapse between now and Mick and Chuck, we'll have a lot more news. We have obviously no idea if it'll be good or bad, but we'll have a lot more news. And I encourage everyone basically to stay here at MriyaReport 24 hours a day if you can. If not, be sure you catch Thomas Tyner, Mick Ryan, Chuck Farrer tomorrow. So, David, I've lost order of hands, but I think it's Favid, Abdullah, and Fella. Favid, welcome. Favid was in an echo
Hello,
chamber.
Alan. Sorry, forgive me. I'm here. How are you? Can you hear me?
Hello there. Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hello, David. Steve, Cordia. Hello, my friends. It's lovely to be here. Please do me the honor of retweeting and sharing the space. 685 odd folks here, and I don't mean roughly, I mean we're odd. Retweet and share the space. You're here on MriyaReport. If you have time and disposable income, please go to MriyaReport.org, make a contribution. It is a registered charity in the United States, so you can get yourself a tax-deductible receipt. And if you work for pretty much any large corporation or any medium-sized corporation, they will likely have a matching program, whether a percentage or a complete matching of whatever charitable donations you share with them, because they want to get some tax benefit as well. So do that for yourself and inquire with your employer if it's something they do. Other than that, I would like to say that I personally continue to believe everything I see on my phone. And the more obscure the account and the more titillating, the better. That is what I attach myself to every day. I try to change it every hour or hour and 45 minutes, depending on how exciting the stories become. That's not serious for people who don't pick up sarcasm. That was me being a little sarcastic. No, I realize as I speak, it's not something that everyone is equipped with or whatever. So I say that in jest. Always remain skeptical. And if you can't figure out who is profiting from what you are consuming, then perhaps you are the prophet. Perhaps they are profiting from you consuming it. Always consider that. If you cannot figure out who in this commercial exchange is being sold, then it's your arse that's being sold. A lie, usually a bill of goods, some nonsense. David, I think this conversation, Mr. Buckfield was speaking earlier about how odd and stupid the propaganda attempts have been the past couple of days. And then we went down into the, well, did they hold the camera on the left or did they hold the camera on the right? Was it a Ukrainian camera? Was it a Russian camera? It really doesn't matter. The point stands. Every day there'll be a bright new shiny thing. And it will be interesting. We can argue the toss. Not in seriousness. It's important to point out that what is happening is, as Axel had said, and everyone else I think has said it as well in the last hour and a half, it's the Soviet shite pattern. Their drills are no good, but they stick to them, and they repeat them, and they repeat them, and they repeat them. And this is what they do when they are trying to cover for extremely heavy losses. They produce phantoms of hope to be consumed internally. And then whatever mischief they can drive out of us, that's also profitable. I haven't heard very much from Belgorod, Kursk, Bryansk. I understand that the rising is continuing as I see some train and, in fact, a very interesting strike in Belgorod. They claimed it was 2 flying munitions hit a train front and back as it was moving, which was wonderful because it allowed the train to brake itself and brake the rail more effectively than just if it had been a blow in one spot. I was very impressed by that in Belgorod. And also then to dive south towards Zaporizhzhia area, there was a dam blown today. I think on the PO5 or the P, not the 105, PO5, isn't it? That arterial route that the most recent villages have been liberated by Ukraine on. I think 2-3 villages down the road today. Now I don't know when it happened. It could have been 3-4 days ago, but it was information new to me today. I saw that a dam was rigged to blow and blown by the Russians as they retreated. So they continue. This is like the 4th one in the past 14 days or 21 days. So anyone keeping account, the ecocide continues and the terror campaign continues, which is important to remember and not to be bamboozled by. And the same with the propaganda. The more fanciful propaganda and the more juicy, the more believable it could be, right? Oh, if only it could be true. That's how you know it's shite. It's been sold to you as BS. I hadn't heard you've been quoted here, David Brookfield, by Axel as contact and then wait. It's a very good one. Probably one more crude or some maybe less professional military one. I learned from Serene Fleming. Once, maybe twice, look out and 3 times as enemy contact, right? And that was when you're getting shot at. So perhaps we should be more careful and conservative, given that we are, whether willfully or unwillfully, participants in a disinformation warfare by the phone that's in your hand. So if we chop off one of those from Serene Fleming, so Serene Fleming's standard was excellent when he was nipping about, taking out baddies in the 30s and 40s, and probably after that a little bit he started writing books. But now we're in the age of space communication, really. So we should give less credence. So first time you have contact from a dodgy source, that's it. I mean, you must mark that down as information from a BS source, and then until you have like 2 or 3 other ones corroborating it, all you've had is contact from a BSer. That's it. You just have a piece of BS. You can log it and say, well, this person is also BSing at this time again when these other events are happening, and extrapolate information. But is it useful? Hell no. It's as interesting as me telling people I bought a box of cigarettes today and I took off the silver foil and put it in my pocket. Should I put it in my left pocket or right pocket, David?
Oh, let's go for right pocket.
See, that's why you're wrong. And here we go for the next hour, just talking nonsense, right? I mean, it's as futile and silly as this, but that's what's happening, right?
Yeah, exactly. But here's the nonsense of it. When you said once, twice, I thought you were going to go, once, twice, 3 times a lady. Right? Yeah.
Nah, enemy contact. Times are different. Outside wartime, perhaps, but inside wartime, once, twice, enemy contact. That's it.
But David, here's something we know. Because Favid put the cigarettes in his right breast pocket of his suit, we know that he is right-handed. Or he put it in his left. He put it in his left breast pocket.
But
that
he's right-handed.
He's
exactly.
Right-handed. Yeah. So,
a gentleman,
beware the black hand.
Has a cigarette. A gentleman has a cigarette box, and he carries it in his hand.
David's no gentleman.
Oh, of all the people you could call gentle, he is just a man who is very gentle. If you don't call him a gentleman, that is your prerogative, David.
No, he's wonderful. But anyway, with that, I know I've gone over time. I'm very sorry. David, it is you've come up, haven't you, to take over? For which I'm going to say thank you very much for everyone for putting up with me. It's been a brilliant. Well, I say earlier on it was very emotional listening to Richard from Frontline Kitchen, but it was. That was history we're listening to, and someone being very brave, very, very brave where they're at. And with that, I'm going to say goodnight and nostar to you all. Nostar ET. Yes. But I will be back tomorrow, and I'll be listening in to see what everyone's going to say. Take care.
You only have to. Sorry, sorry. I was just coughing like hell. You only have to make a promise, because I promised Thomas Tyner that tomorrow at 1900 Rome, which is 2000 Kiev time, which is whatever it is in Britain.
6 p.m. I know, I got my alarm wrong.
Yeah, that you be around then.
I will. I promise I will be around. Basically, what happened is I forgot to set because I do have an alarm set, so I don't forget to turn up at 7. But I forgot to change the alarm. Right, so there I was, and then I went, "Oh, that's Axel talking to Thomas." Well, there we are. So that's my fault. It's on me, but I did listen in. So, but with that, I'm going to say good night, everyone. I'm going to go have a beer and carry on listening.
Stick around if you like.
As we say, I of course will. And toodle pip to you all.
Toodle pick, is that Welsh, or should I say no? Stop.
Toodle pip, 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 pip.
Oh, pip, as in the great as in the
real literature.
Yeah, great expectations. Yes, great expectations. Oh my God, Miss Haversham. Good night.
No, yeah, it starts with toodaloo, and the answer is toodle pip. We'll see you later, toodaloo. Toodle pip.
Exactly.
Alan, you should know this.
Despite
your colonial efforts, you should know this.
There'll be no toodling and pips on my watch.
Thank you, Axel, for reminding me. Fellow who bonks and Sky Kiss, please.
Yeah, I wanted to actually expand on what Mr. Brookfield had said about, right now we're in an information blackout from the Ukrainians, so we're not really getting anything official. So anytime you see stuff, whether it's a picture of some vehicles in a field that doesn't quite look right, or claims that there's some kind of outright civil war starting in Russia, be very, 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 very skeptical. They're using this opportunity to absolutely flood social media with all sorts of random garbage and just seeing what they can make stick. And it's going to get worse.
That was me, fella. Forgive me. Carry on.
Oh, okay. Somebody hit the magic button. That's all right. But yeah, it's, as things start going worse and worse for the Russians, the fire hose of lies, fire hose of bullshit, whatever you want to call it, its flow is going to get more voluminous until the pump burns out. And that's about all.
That's a great analogy.
It is a great analogy. Sky Kiss, Abdullah, and Peter. And then Fabid, you and I will decide where we want to go, what news we know, what news we don't know. Just like everyone here, I want the good news, but I want the good news verified. I don't want the bad news, but if bad news comes in, I want that verified too. So Sky Kiss, Abdullah, and Peter.
I was actually after Abdullah, so please come back to me. Thank you.
Abdullah, Sky Kiss, and Peter.
Hey, thank you so much, Alan. Thank you, Sky Kiss. Yeah, just real quick. I don't know if I hope Axel is sleeping, but there's something going around on Twitter saying that a major general of the Russians was killed in Zaporizhia. Has this been confirmed? And also, if
that
this
one
is
more likely true, Abdullah, yeah. That one is feeling like it's coming from more
great,
credible sources.
Great.
Go ahead, the second one. Go ahead.
That's great. So Axel will not jump on us. So listen. So if this is true, what kind of what was his responsibility, and what the hell was he doing on the front lines? That's all I wanted to ask a major general on the front line. Thank you.
I don't believe he was on the front of the deep strikes. It has been confirmed. It is actually the lead story on CNN tonight in the United States. It's Russian Major General. Yes, the chief of
evil man.
Oh, long may he burn.
That is great. So Axel has confirmed it for us. That's great. Thank you, Axel, for staying up this late.
Has anybody mentioned the one from Miss Bab, Voice of America? Wrote a story today about oh, you did earlier. Forget it. It's a 325 million.
So what?
Yeah, but we're going to go through that in detail
Alan,
later.
If I may ask, just quick, what's the equivalent rank in a major general if we were to compare it to the U.S.? Anybody know a major general?
I have no idea. The ranks in the Russian military confuse the hell out of me, and all I know is that a lieutenant in the U.S. Navy is a captain in the U.S. Army. That's as much as I know about ranks.
Yeah, that's such a great news. I'm so happy. Have a good night, folks. Thank you so much.
George might know. George?
Yeah, but if you want, it's an OF7.
George, what the heck is a major general?
It's a major general also in it's a major general in it's an OF7. That's just what we have. We have the major general in every NATO army.
Okay, so really, Alan, just quick, you have a brigadier general, you have major general, lieutenant general, and then general. And the reason why and then you're going to say, well, hold on a second. How is a lieutenant general outrank a major general? Because major general has been shortened from sergeant major general. So brigadier general is 1 star, right? Major general is 2, lieutenant general is 3, and then general is 4. We haven't had 5-star generals in the U.S. military for a long time. And, now we have 4-star. That's what you hear when you hear 4-star general, that's a full general. But you can have brigadier general, that's somebody with a 1 star.
The key thing is that the Russians turned it around a little. They start
Yes.
in general ranks with the major general, and then they
Yes.
go through the Generalleutnant, because they follow a different concept, which has come out of their misinterpretation of the Baltic German fleet and the Prussian general staff, which they took over after Frederick the Great.
So this guy would have been
He's the lowest ranking general.
So he's what we would call a 1-star or a brigadier general.
He's a
in the
1-star
United States.
general in
Yes,
your setup.
Yeah, yeah. So and just remember, so and then below, so our we have second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Still, a 1-star
Colonels are the
general.
guys who never get the responsibility. The brigadier generals are the ones who are looking to ever finally smell the coffee. The major general is the guy who aspires to actually get into control. The lieutenant general has to do all the work. The general is the one who has all the perks. And the general of the army has to think about how on earth he gets out of all this compromise. That's a long story short, but this is how it was once discussed.
It's not a career ladder I would ever want to ascend. I wouldn't be able to do it. I would break the lowest rung. Sky Kiss, Peter, Carrie. Sky Kiss, please.
Yeah, I had a quick question about IFACs and another question about mine clearing equipment. So, and Ryan's not here. He could take this. I just wanted to know what kind of antibacterial cleansing solution is available in most of the IFACs. And then for the mine
The
clearing,
same as in every NATO army. So therefore,
I don't know what
standard.
I don't know what it is. So
well, the same, which is I don't know what it is either at this point in time, but I can assure you that the Ukrainian armed forces are using the same thing as we are using it. So they're completely satisfactorily covered.
Yeah.
It's two things. Really quick, it's two things. It's either if you're gonna clean the skin, it's gonna be an alcohol prep pad, or it's gonna be some type of betadine solution, which is a watered down like iodine.
I know what it is.
Yeah.
And
that's
I wanted to ask that question earlier when we had Chef Richard here, but Axel wanted to end the whole thing, and so did the chef. So let me ask about the mine clearing equipment. My question is, are we seeing more of that equipment coming into the theater? Thank you.
Sky Kiss, I cannot answer that question, but we'll try to find someone who can answer it. So Peter and then Carrie. Peter, please.
Evening, Alan.
Good evening. Welcome.
You brought up the subject of Welsh. Toodle Pip is not Welsh. It's like a random English saying to mean goodbye.
We didn't say it was Welsh.
No, he questioned it. Might be Welsh. If you're happy, I can teach you one word of Welsh.
Please do.
It's Welsh for microwave.
Don't tell me it's microwave.
No,
Peter.
it's not microwave. It's better than that. A microwave in Welsh is a popty-ping.
A popty-ping. This sounds like something I could cook with.
Yeah,
a popty-ping.
Which is quite a good.
It makes pop and then does ping.
And that's what it actually is in Welsh, apparently. So I'm reliably informed. So there you go. Now you know a word in Welsh.
Is it fair to say that onomatopoeia is a Celtic thing, which in Welsh is more prevalent than in any other remaining dialects of Celtic?
I do not know the answer to that question, but I'm wildly impressed that you've come up with onomatopoeia in this time of the night.
You wouldn't be surprised to hear that I've had relations with Welsh people of the other gender once before.
Very good, very good. Yeah, you may well.
Some of them who have engaged in university studies as to Welsh language and why on earth it would matter.
Yes. I don't know whether you're familiar with Red Dwarf, which was a weirdo comedy series quite a while ago.
Niche. It was a niche for an elite group of people appreciated it. Yes.
Yes.
Weirdo.
And
I include myself
you
in
include
that.
yourself in that. There was one episode where there's some emergency happened, and I forget the guy's name. He said, "Put out an emergency distress call in all languages, including Welsh."
Yeah, it took a bit longer.
Anyway, yeah. Anyway, that's just a random.
Welsh is the more beautiful version of Vogan poetry.
Yes, I don't really know the poetry, but I do know the Welsh national anthem, but I can't say it. Anyway, yeah, not much.
Have you ever tried playing rugby? I mean, given the fact that you're really not doing very well.
I have played rugby. I was forced to play rugby because I went to school in Cardiff, where we didn't play football. We had to play rugby. And when you're quite small, it can get a bit rough because you get bashed about a bit.
Well, you can always be in the tumble.
Yeah, I tend to do the odd.
Or being rolled around. I'm sorry. Apologies. Yeah, no, sorry. Fly half, yeah.
Yeah, fly half, something like that. Yeah. I tended to just hang around at the edges and not get too involved.
As long as they didn't mistake you for the ball and hurl you downfield, or worse, boot you through. Doesn't rugby have uprights or something like that? In any event, we're not getting bogged down in rugby.
Alan, it's not bogged down in rugby. You can't be bogged down. It's impossible. Rugby has speed, motion, strategy, intelligence, and violence at the same time. Everything American football had until 1928.
Well, they had it after 1928 too, Axel, but I think that
speed is not one of them, mate. Speed is not one of them.
When did Jim Thorpe play football, Axel?
No, you need to watch a rugby match, mate.
I've seen a rugby match. I had a good friend in college who played rugby, lost many of his teeth, broken bones, was also an NCAA heavyweight wrestling champion, the very first from an Ivy League school. Can you believe that? He was one tough guy from Western Pennsylvania, worked in the coal mines during the summers, and
played rugby.
He played rugby into his 50s. Into his 50s.
That's the point. He's a real man as opposed to people who only, play real men.
And he was a hell of a good lawyer, too. But in any event, enough of these personal recollections.
Is there a possibility to hire his son?
No. As a matter of fact, it's not.
He might have had a good pedigree, given the fact that there's a rugby tradition in the family. Anyway, so as you heard from our Welsh friends, there is significant intensity in rugby, and that matters a great deal. By the way, the Rugby League of Crimea will be opened as soon as I'm there. Because it's going to be the rugby and...
Oop. I think that was Fabin again, the magic button. Actually, he has a great pedigree because his wife was a women's varsity basketball player. And in any event...
what?
Basketball. Basketball? It's a great sport. Don't get me going.
That's great, guys. We're going to go to some hands. Before that, I'm going to tell you all to retweet the space. No bother, Al. Please retweet the space. Share it across Twitter and Facebook and your other platforms. If you have a moment, please go to MriyaReport.org. Make a donation. It is a registered charity here in the United States. You get a tax receipt and your employer can match it. That is something the He does. We have hands in the air, and I'm going to take them like this. We're going to have Kerry, Gregory, O'Connor, welcome. Good to see you, sir. And George. Lovely to see familiar folks. Hello, Kerry. Good evening.
Hiya, David. So, yeah, hands in the air like you just don't care, like some
Hey-o,
really...
hey-o.
Yeah, exactly.
We can go, Kerry, no problem.
I was just going to say that I saw earlier, and I haven't heard it come up, that and I'm driving, so I haven't got it in front of me, G7 are looking at a formula or methodology or a process to address the stolen Ukrainian grain. So I hadn't heard that come up, and I thought it was worth mentioning. Like I say, I haven't got the specific wording in front of me, but it was something that I saw and I thought, that's interesting, or that's valuable. If it goes somewhere, I wonder what they're going to do. So I thought I'd share it with you guys.
Well, that is very interesting, Kerry. I appreciate you sharing it. I'll repeat it so folks who are not driving perhaps can have a look. This is Kerry bringing this information that the G7 perhaps are working on some formulation to straighten out grain. I would think probably first, and then maybe other exports, but grain export deal first. Brilliant, Kerry. Please drive safe. Gregory, George, Lily, Skykiss. Gregory.
Hey, good evening to you all. How are you doing out there? I am winding down.
Hello, good evening.
Evening, sirs. Yeah. Hey, I see Axel is still here. So a couple of things for Axel. One, for anybody who's perhaps lost some kind of language that your ancestors spoke, you can always try to be onomatopoetic in any language. And, so there's always an ability to bring in some of the poetry and the repetita to whatever language you're currently speaking, as difficult as it may be for some of us. Anyway, I also was really struck by something that Axel mentioned earlier with some, a hint of indignation and a tone that I think is entirely appropriate, by the way. And I think that also a word that isn't talked about too much on here, emotion, but I think that we do need to understand that this is a process that affects all of us, and we are being subjected to an information war now. And I know too that the audience here, there's probably 600-700 of us who are just so eager for detailed, semi-technical information on something about what's happening now. And it's extremely challenging when such information isn't readily forthcoming. I mean, there's the goodness and the badness to the information, as Alan has mentioned, but there's just so much of us are, we get into our, hey, this is the time of day where I go on and I look up what's the state of the, battle situation.
Oh, did we just lose audio?
I think so. Gregory, did you mute yourself?
Sounds like a phone call, maybe.
Perhaps. Good call. Gregory, if you can hear us, I think you've been interrupted with a phone call. Maybe you're on that call. I'm going to give it a couple of seconds, but no dead air. George, please go ahead, George.
No, let Skykiss go. 1 second.
Perfect, gentlemen. Thank you. Skykiss, please.
Yeah, I have 2 quick questions about scheduling. Ramstein, when is that? And
Thursday. Thursday. This week.
It's okay on the 15th. Okay. And when is Thomas Steiner going to be here? I hear he's coming
Mañana.
days. So tomorrow.
Every day this week. Yep.
Okay. And Eastern Standard Time would be really helpful, so I can get it on my set my alarm. I missed it this morning.
Gregory.
Hey, so I jumped for a moment there, but where I'm going with all this is to suggest.
Could I get you to stop 1 sec, Greg? Were you listening today? Did you hear what time Thomas Steiner came on the air here, Eastern Time? I was listening, but I didn't check my clock.
He came at 7 Rome.
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock morning. Eastern
1300, which is 7 Rome in the evening, is 1300 in New York.
No.
So tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, that's 11
Muchas gracias.
o'clock.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
You
Thank you
people
very
with
much.
the post and intermediates, 1300 hours is what Patton would have said.
How many football fields is that?
It's 1 p.m.
All right, great.
So,
Okay.
so we're talking UTC
Peanut
time?
gallery. Well,
UTC
peanut
time?
gallery is
1300?
being whipped into shape,
Zulu?
Greg. We're going to try and get back on topic.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Well, hey, where I'm going with all of this, and I know that sometimes these things are important, where I'm going is simply that what I'm trying to do for myself now is to ask more questions about, hey, what's happening? You know, where's the water now? What's happening with the flood now? What's happening with the aid for the people with the flood now? So when we have our minds, and the psychologists on here, that maybe this is helpful or not, you guys can tell me. But when our minds are searching for things, searching out information, it's a habit to search out. I've tried to shift it a little bit and try to look at the scale and scope of the damage and destruction from the Kakovka Dam disaster, and understand that a little bit more, and maybe look into that and talk about that, and maybe that's some subject of social media posts more than worrying about particular videos from particular places. So I'm just making this as a suggestion for myself, and also for anybody else here who finds it helpful, that, you know, we're not going to get all the information we would like from you know, the Ukrainian side for the period of time they feel that's important, and it's going to be, there's a frustration to that, and we're going to search other information. We're going to come across things that bad people want us to see, because as Axel also accurately described, you know, these people will never tell the truth, blah blah blah. But I just wanted to offer this as a thought of, let's try to all, or I'm going to try, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to look a little bit more into things that are related to the flooding, the humanitarian effects of that flooding, and what's going on there, because ultimately this is the war crime that is going to be impossible for the Russian leadership to deny. And that is why there's so much trying to get these stories out of rogue commander, or, you know, little Igor accidentally bumped into the, you know, the blow up button, you know, type of stories. And then they're going to hear garbage like that, instead of, this was carefully planned at the top and the decisions are made by Putin himself. Anyway, you don't have to go into that, because I just wanted to offer up my thoughts on what I'm going to try to do when I'm jonesing, as it were, for some kind of techno-military information. I'm going to try to look at more of the humanitarian things. Just wanted to lay that out there for anyone else in case it's helpful. And that's my thought of the evening.
Thanks, Gregory. I was just going to say, David, you know, I think there are three significant things to say about the Russians blowing the Novakhovka Dam tonight. Humanitarian issue, humanitarian update. Yes, there continues to be a terrible flood. Ukrainians are continuing to save Ukrainian citizens who are stranded. There are 1 million Ukrainians who don't have drinking water, who don't have fuel. There was a great interview with Richard Woodruff of Frontline Kitchens this afternoon on MriyaReport. It might get into the archive on Spotify in a couple of days, but he described what is happening on both the right bank and the left bank of the Dnipro down around Kherson. Of course, the Russians are shelling Kherson. Look up in the nest, and you will see Richard in a boat in Kherson, watching out for drones, because if a drone spots you, as he says, the Russian artillery is going to zero in on you. This is what the Russians are doing to prevent evacuation in what I like to call free Ukraine. That's on the right bank of the Dnipro. On the left bank, the Russians are continuing to stop evacuations and continuing to deny humanitarian aid to Ukrainians who are stranded there. But still, Ukrainians are crossing the river and rescuing Ukrainians on the left bank, which is Russian occupied. Second, Thomas Tyner pointed out that actually, by blowing the dam, the Russians have given the Ukrainians a great military opportunity, giving them more and easier crossing points so that eventually, and eventually might mean within a week, depending on rain and sun, but they could cross the Dnipro and be in the Russian rear. So that's an important military note to make here, that the Russians have actually shot themselves in the foot by blowing this dam from a tactical, strategic, military point of view. I had a third point. It was humanitarian, it was military, and it was war crimes. The International Criminal Court has an investigative team on the ground in Kherson, looking at the downstream crisis that blowing the dam caused. What they can't get to by being in Kherson, which is flooded, they can't get to who gave the order. But I think we all know an order like this is only given from the top. It doesn't come from some initiative of a commander in the field. It only comes from the top. Those are the 3 points I wanted to make, Gregory, but I think your observations and questions are quite accurate and apropos. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Alan. And the decisions at the top, just the obviousness of this is what Stalin did. Stalin made the decision, and those with a little bit of knowledge of Putin know that his favorite leaders are Stalin and the German Queen of Russia, and he tries to emulate them both in his own weird way. Um, Alan, I don't have a whole lot of else to say. I mean, this is, the scale of this kind of an atrocity. It's really, yeah, I struggled with words for it, and I did do some legal research, by the way, on whether it's appropriate to say improvised weapon of mass destruction. And I came to some conclusions on that. And, it's, which I'll share briefly here, is that basically, people that are involved in arms control are very sensitive to the application of WMD to anything that isn't nuclear and maybe chemical and biological. That's actually in the 1948 UN definitions. There's some now that are people that are more involved in dealing with the aftermath or dealing with prosecutions, both in Western countries and also in NATO, have definitions that are more based on the effect. So the effect of this single military action, which is planting explosives and receiving orders and detonating said explosives on a huge hydroelectric power plant, is incredible. I mean, we're looking at 30 to 50,000 homes lost, 1 million people, 800,000 to 1 million people without water right now, agricultural loss. So this is a very big weapon has been used, and whether one calls it a WMD or not, it isn't too important. I'm still really kind of sad that there's not a stronger statement yet from some of the leaders. I didn't watch news closely enough today to see if there has been. So please, somebody jump in and correct me if there has. But from the White House, 10 Downing, from Brussels, if there's been statements that are specific about attributing this destruction of the Kakovka Dam to Russia and saying that their actions are going to be taken. I'm surprised that hasn't happened. As you hear military people talking, there's plans within plans and contingencies and plans for those contingencies and tertiary and quaternary plans, and things are very carefully thought through of what happens when these things go on. And I'm still surprised that the Western leaders don't have a better communication plan in place for this, because it's truly horrific, and it's something that the planet is going to live with for a decade, let's say, maybe more. We don't know how contaminated the soil will be. We don't know if the topsoil is being washed away from chunks of Kherson and it won't be as fertile as it was previously. I don't know. I mean, I don't know any of those things. So I'm just saying that there. But it's a long-term impact that next year means grain prices could be higher. That means people in very poor countries will be having a hard time getting bread. So this is not something that affects Ukraine only, the Black Sea only. It's going to affect a large chunk of the world. And it's also part of the war of terror being waged on us all today. So this is something where, this is a message not just for Ukraine, it's a message for the West that, hey, Russia's willing to do anything if and when they feel like it. And, there's one target that's been named, another target that's been pointed out by Ukraine that's in multiple articles on the Kyiv Post and so forth, the chemical plant. And I won't go into that right now, but
Yes,
this is another.
It's a chemical plant in Crimea, but Gregory, I called blowing the Novakhovka Dam a weapon of mass destruction. They converted a hydroelectric dam into a weapon of mass destruction. I got pushback on that, but it's going to have an effect on the harvest in Ukraine this year. It will be 15% less at least because spring planting was washed away and it cannot be replaced in time, obviously, for the late summer fall harvest. And we don't know the pollution that will be left in the downstream highly fertile agricultural land that is there. Gregory, I just want to welcome up Yehuda at the moment, wondering if he is bringing us news.
Hi,
Yehuda.
everyone. Yeah, no, thanks for the info there, Alan, and welcome, Gregory. Gregory is one of the smart people in the back end doing his best to make sure we communicate and advocate for Ukraine. So many spot on points, but you nailed it. Putin has some pretty dubious role models to look up to. I don't think it's a bridge too far to say WMD. So there's something else you touched on that really resonated, and I forget right now, but I'll stick around here. And nice to see you here, Gregory.
No, Gregory's analysis is right on point. And I just want to go back to you, Gregory, so you can continue.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Alan and Yehuda. Good to see you here, Yehuda. And I hope you're feeling better today after that back incident yesterday.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh my goodness. Oh, when the back goes, and I've been banged around and had some of those vertebrae things that break. That's not good for you. So you got to find ways to deal with it. As we say in the U.S., deal with it. The scale, the scope, and the level of destruction here is untold. Where I was just going was really talking about the terror that's a threat to us all. Because the moment when we look at the dam and the destruction there, and it's hard to imagine 40,000 homes, 800,000 people without water, drinking water, needing suddenly to have bottled water trucked in. By the way, I saw a great picture of the Polish trucks coming across the border with supplies of water and so forth. So aid is coming in. But this terror is something that's hitting us, where we sit in our, with our nice internets and our nice phones. And the threat is there. And everybody thinks immediately of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, but it's other things too. And that threat's aimed at our leadership and the leadership of like, okay, well, hey, EU, you want to deal with nuclear radiation cleanup? No, you don't, do you? Well, you better do what we want. It's a threat that's very real, and it's a level of terror being applied to the world that is truly despicable. And I'm I think Axel's mercifully for him gone to sleep. I'm really kind of pissed off about this level of terror being applied to us. Don't appreciate it in the least, and think that we should take far harsher measures, because I'm only getting more angry as this war is grinding on. But anyway, Alan, I see multiple people have hands up, but I certainly don't want to intrude too much on the time and space of others here. But just to sort of wrap up where I was this evening, was trying to find a way to focus in on the people that are suffering now, the horror and devastation that's been created to see if I can, for myself, try to get a little bit more energy put into where's water now, not, where's which village now when there's a report of this or maybe a fake video of that, and or arguing about the video. So I'm trying to be there, look into this a little bit further, look at the other risks. I'm trying to find ways to be positive and communicate about these things. And also, really, this is a time to hold Russia's feet to the flame. They did this. They broke it. They can buy it. They pay for this, an old TV ad in the U.S. This is a time that the world needs to be continually reminded. Look, they just blew up this dam and created this, atrocious, horrendous disaster, bigger than than scale odds, bigger than a hurricane. There's some big hurricanes these days, but huge. So I'm trying to be there, and then also, just trying to communicate with all you all. So that's where I am. That's my feelings on the night, and thank you for letting me express them.
Thank you, Gregory. To date, 19 nations are delivering humanitarian aid to Ukraine since Russia blew the Novakhovka Dam. I agree with you, Gregory. There wasn't a firm response, just in terms of messaging, from any Western nation. But to me, it is a weapon of mass destruction without question. So we have a lot of hands up. I think we have, in this order, Shotzi, Carrie, Daniel, who I think is a first-time speaker, and welcome, and then Skykiss. So Shotzi, please.
I just want to know if you had any thoughts on this press release that came out from Shoigu about Wagner and
so
what's going.
So this is not verified in any way. It is quite possibly disinformation from someone about something, but the press release or the statement or the wish of Shoigu was that Wagner mercenaries would be shot on sight. I don't think there's anything to it. It is just part of what Axel calls the kabuki theater. So I at this point would pay no attention to it.
I kind of thought that too, but Chris Wiki has done a thread on it.
I noticed that, but as good as Chris is, he doesn't get everything right. So let's just wait on that, please.
Okay, thank you.
And just to go back to a statement Gregory made about the terror Russia is unleashing on Ukraine. I want to point out two statements made by co-hosts and speakers here. One by Doman, who most of you know. He also has an excellent thread about the aftermath of blowing the Novakhovka Dam. It's up in the nest. But Doman said that essentially what Russia is doing is salting the earth. So he's hearkening back to what Rome did when they defeated Carthage. They raised the city. They salted the earth so that nothing could grow there. And this is what Russia is attempting to do in Ukraine, is to leave this rich, fertile nation infertile and devastated. Dr. Nick Ford said very plainly, Putin's vision of Ukraine is a Ukraine without Ukrainians. This speaks to the genocide that Russia is committing in Ukraine. It speaks to the terror that they are unleashing on the people and land of Ukraine. Keep those two comments in mind. Carrie, Daniel, Skykiss.
Hi, Alan. Sorry, I'm mildly lost on the road at the moment. So go to Daniel and then I'll come back to you.
Sounds good, Carrie. Daniel, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Uh, so I have a couple questions regarding the current state of the support in air power from the F-16s the US and other NATO allies have authorized to the newly announced FA-18s that honestly are some of the most advanced planes on the planet that could really help bolster Ukraine's defense capabilities, guarantee air superiority, and in general, provide support for the ongoing counteroffensive. I am also wondering how can we support efforts to relieve the drinking water issues in Ukraine, and in general, if there's an ongoing effort or plan to relieve some of the civilian infrastructure that's been damaged by the terrorist attack by blowing up the dam. Those are my questions, and it's the second time speaking here. And well, Mexico stands with Ukraine.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for coming up and become a third-time speaker sometime soon. So to F-16s and F-18s, I doubt very much that sufficient numbers of F-16s and F-18s would reach Ukraine to give it air superiority. But they don't necessarily need air superiority. What they do need are F-16s and F-18s to strengthen air defense and also to protect forces that are going forward in the counteroffensive. So Ukrainian pilots are being trained on F-16s right now. The F-18s would come from Australia. That F-18 deal, I believe, is still in the mix. I don't think it's definite yet, but you're right. F-18s would be a great boost to Ukrainian air power, as would F-16s. So where would the F-16s come from? I think primarily from the Netherlands, from Denmark, and from Spain. I think has a couple of F-16s to give. Norway has F-16s to give, but again, they can't reach Ukraine in sufficient numbers before the fall to give Ukraine anything like air superiority. They would probably be used in air defense, that is, air to ground missions, taking out Russian missile stations inside Ukraine, that is, inside occupied Ukraine, shooting down cruise missiles, shooting down drones, etc. I don't think you're going to see dogfights in the skies of Ukraine. Does that answer your question, Daniel? That's the best I can do as a non-military guy.
Yeah, that answers the first question. Now, regarding water supplies and hydric resources, is there anything we can do to help Ukrainians? And also, with the Swedish SAF Griffins, I think that's how they're called, are they also on the mix for helping Ukraine?
I don't think the Griffins are in the mix, unfortunately. I'll take a look into that, but I don't think that they are being considered. I think right now, Western jet fighters for Ukraine are F-16s and possibly these F-18s from Australia. In terms of humanitarian aid to Ukraine, especially to Kherson, downstream from the Novakhovka Dam, you can go to MriyaReport.org. That's MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button, make a contribution there. Humanitarian supplies will immediately go to Ukraine, specifically to the humanitarian crisis in Kherson Oblast. There are I will also take a look, Daniel, and see if I can find specific responses to the water shortage in Kherson. Is it 800,000, a million Ukrainians without drinkable water right now? It's probably approaching a million at the moment. Poland was one of the very first nations to respond. They sent water tanker trucks, filtration devices, pumps, etc. But the response, just in terms of drinking water, it needs to be ramped up and it needs to be immediate. But you can go to MriyaReport.org, make a contribution there. It will get to Kherson with humanitarian aid almost immediately. And that's the best I can do for you right now, Daniel.
Thank you very much.
And thank you again for coming up. As I say, become a third-time speaker as soon as you can. And it's good to hear that Mexico stands with Ukraine. So Kerry and Scott, yes, please.
Is it okay if I speak, or was there somebody else?
Wait. No, you stepped down, so Daniel could speak. So go right ahead if you have a good connection.
Yeah, I'm good, Alan. If you can hear me all right, I'm fine to talk now.
Yep, loud and clear, Kerry.
Brilliant. So it might seem a bit of an odd question, and it may sound a simple question, but it's not a simple question. So maybe a suitable time to ask, why do we think the response has been nothing like we would hope or expect? I know that in the first sort of 24 hours, I remember thinking, and we were saying on the space, you know, nothing of substance that we would expect. None of these strong statements were coming out from what should have been supportive countries. And I remember that first 24, then 36 hours thinking, oh, they're not saying anything because they're all getting together and they're working out what their response is going to be, and they want to do it in concert, and there's going to be something significant that will come out as a statement or, you know, intentions. And the level of disappointment as time has gone on and that hasn't happened has been, yeah, I think, you know, we all, because we care so much about it, has been really profound. And I cannot begin to imagine how it must feel for the Ukrainian people. And then, you know, literally coming down to someone like Zelensky, you know, with all of the effort he went to in terms of drumming up support, literally in that sort of week and a half beforehand, where he really went all out just before this phase of the war has commenced, and he did his absolute level best to try and finally garner that support before they knew they just had to go for it anyway. What sort of a kick in the gut must that be? Not only the horror of it in and of itself, but that lack of response. And so my question is, why do we think there has not been the level of outrage, support, response that there really should have been and that you would normally expect? I can't wrap my head around it. I mean, part of me is thinking, is it connected up with the fact that the Ukrainians have proven themselves to be so self-reliant in many ways? And, you know, I'm not aware of any other scenario where a country has been under such horrendous attack but have said, you know, we don't need you to put your troops on the ground, just give us the kit and we will do it. Is it connected to that? Is it the sense that
Carrie, I am as mystified as you.
I just can't get my head around it.
Yeah, I'm especially mystified because, after and Carrie, mute your mic if you can.
Sorry.
Uh, After the devastating Turkish earthquakes, Ukraine was among the first responders. And this is, as we know, a nation at war, and still they sent rescue workers, evacuation workers, search and rescue teams to Turkey after that devastating earthquake. So I am mystified by the international response. As I said, 19 nations so far have responded. But in terms of the outrage, which should be directed against Russia for this savage, brutal act of terrorism, I haven't heard it. But Gregory, what are your thoughts about this?
Well, I have thoughts in two different directions. This is really a key important question for us all because most of us are citizens of these democracies, and why are our leaders not doing something we think they should? Uh, One response is that sometimes things are happening that we don't see. People aren't saying things, but they're doing something. So, in terms of doing, I see the United States, allocated $2.1 billion in military aid on Friday, and then today, there's an announcement of another $335 million in aid. So it certainly seems that uh, things are moving of that nature, and they're moving with increased speed. It's highly unusual, I would think, if you're putting together a package that you announce on Friday. Why didn't you include the other stuff in it? But anyway, that's for the Department of Defense to explain, and they had their press conferences you could look up and all that. So some of it is, I think, some things are happening. I think there's a great deal of caution. There's a Ukrainian advisor to the President Zelensky, Mihailo Podolyak, and he said something that I agree with. That he thinks that we're sort of at that problem of the WMD, Alan. That because this is such a big deal, there's a problem with did the Russians cross a red line or did they not cross a red line? If we say they did this and it's a terrorist act, do we have to declare Russia a terrorist state? So there's greater caution perhaps from that. So I think that, I kind of agreed with that thought last week. I think maybe that's still going on. And our last speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't see your name, but I think you were also right to say that, you're waiting on our leaders to do something and you wonder, hey, are they all trying to get together and agree on an approach? So I think that's also true. They are trying to all get together and agree as a group. And if they're agreeing to do something extremely strong, then it'll be worth the wait. But as this has this impact on us. Of course, we're all, my fear, and perhaps many of us share it, is that if something isn't done that's very strong, well, the next one is just going to go, and then the next one. So they will continue with this type of large scale improvised weaponry, whether you call them improvised WMDs, or you call them war crimes. The crimes will continue. So those are my thoughts on it, Alan, and I hope that's helpful to all who are listening. And let me hand it back to you, sir.
I think it's a good way to reach some understanding. Improvised weapon of mass destruction. That's a phrase that works for me. And an improvised weapon of mass destruction is most certainly a war crime. And that's as far as I'll go with that. So let's go to George, to Sky Kiss, to Cleo. George, please.
Yeah, in all of this, Trudeau was there. He was in Kyiv, and I didn't hear him. He really could have pushed the point. He could have opened the door to other leaders saying something, since he was in Ukraine, right? But I didn't hear much, or if anything, about that. And they're missing an opportunity, once again, to put the crackpots, the crackpot Kremlin on notice. Say, look, we know you guys did this. we know you guys are doing other dams. You have to realize that, you know, you start talking about chemical plants or anything like that, we're going to consider it not an improvise, we're going to consider it a WMD. And, you know, it'll be open up to our interpretation of how we respond. It should be a stern shot across the bow. But the way we respond, we know that your grandkids will still be in sanctions. Someone needs to take, you know, find their set, whether it's Maloney in Italy or whoever, and fire off that warning. But that should be said. I don't know what's going to happen to you guys, but I know that if you pull something stupid like that again, your children and your grandchildren are going to be under sanctions. You know, take your pick. But
well, you know,
nothing.
George,
It's been nothing.
I really agree with you. I don't understand why a leader of a democratic nation, why one of the 55 nations now in the contact group, for example, the Ramstein group supporting Ukraine, why one of them didn't step forward and call on others to join him or her and stand with Ukraine and send relief immediately in this crisis. This crisis that is the result of Russian terror.
Sorry, but you know, they should have announced. What they should have done was, and this is what's mind blowing. No one has to fly anywhere. Group chat it. Say, okay, you know, President Biden comes out and says, we know what just happened. We have evidence. Our Israeli allies have you know, reinforced what we know happened, and we're going to have an immediate meeting. I am calling on the leaders of blah 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 blah, and we're going to have a closed door meeting, you know, remotely, whatever how you want, and at least announce that you're going to discuss it as a group. You know, the 7 biggest economies. I don't know, whatever the hell you want to say, NATO, whatever. We're going to discuss this moving forward. That should have happened last week. Should have happened last week.
It should have happened last week. You're absolutely right. It didn't. So what we have to hope for now is that there is a new, consistent response that ramps up and somehow helps Ukraine face the crisis they face now in Kherson, downstream from the Novakhovka Dam. We have to hope this happened. And it didn't. The UN obviously didn't help. The International Red Cross didn't help, and it will take a leader. And I can think of a half dozen leaders off the top of my head who could step forward and call others to act together.
Alan, I'm hoping that you know, on Thursday, you know, the 15th, when the next Ramstein meeting is, that some type of statement, whether it be verbal or, hey, you know what, we're announcing that Ukraine's going to get 96 F-16s and a schedule, you know, something like that. Because that's the only way Russia, that's the only thing they know. A bully's got to be punched in the mouth. Sorry. You can have as many meanings as you want, but that's the only thing that they understand. They only understand is anything like a military response, whether it's aid, whatever, talking, they just sit there and laugh about it. They love the UN because they can sit there and mock us to our faces. And they know no one's going to go up there and just punch him right in the mouth when he's talking nonsense. That's the difference. So if they want to respond to this damn, being destroyed by the Russians, they need to give the Ukrainians even more stuff. They need to announce maybe, another 100 batteries, another 100 mortars, another 100 Leopard tanks, whatever it is.
Yeah, I agree with you, George. They could tie it together into a statement,
Exactly.
sending all the humanitarian aid necessary, sending all the military aid necessary, so that Ukraine can prevent Russia from committing this kind of war crime ever again, as long as this war lasts.
Or really quick, last statement I want to make, and I'm going to listen, Alan, or make the statement, we're going to make sure that when the Ukrainians are done with Russia, Russia's never going to be able to threaten anybody again. Not in our lifetime, not in their grandchildren's lifetime. That would be the statement to make.
I agree with that, George. Russia is one of the 2 or 3 threats to international order and peace and life as we all know it and benefit from. Russia, China, Iran, I would say. They are the 3 primary threats here. But this is the future that will unfold in ways we cannot even imagine. But what we have to concentrate on right now is the future that brings Ukraine to total victory, to an annihilation of the Russian force that has occupied their country and committed war crimes, is committing genocide, is stealing children, which is also a war crime and part of a genocidal act, and terrorizing peaceful citizens, trying to make this land unlivable, unable to support human life and civilization, Ukrainian civilization, Ukrainian culture. This is the future that we have to work with right now. I know you agree with me, George, but that's as much as we can do. Let the grandchildren and great grandchildren of the Russian war criminals today suffer as they may in the future because we have that much foresight. But right now, we are going to make sure Ukraine wins this war as quickly as possible. So I've lost the order of hands a bit here, but I think it's Skykiss, Cleo, and Mark. Skykiss.
That's exactly right, Alan. I have a couple of shout outs to frequent speaker co-host here about particular knowledge that they bring, and also to address something Gregory brought up. And just briefly, you say there's 19 nations so far increasing their aid. I have just brought up on a web browser, I did a search on the agencies who are sending aid specifically to the Kherson region. So Kherson, everybody knows that this happened, and the more we can get good information, look at your regional, your national agencies who are sending aid, and try to support their projects. Look into them, make sure that they're vetted, and water, food, protein bars. I'm going to try to get some of our buffalo bars. They're really delicious. And my favorites are buffalo with cranberries. And it's really good. Gives you a little produce mixed in with the protein. And, basic first aid, hygiene products. So it is happening. It's just happening slower than we know. And very much as several people have alluded to, we may not know everything. We're going to find out. I just saw that tomorrow the U.S. is announcing another aid package to Ukraine generally. Didn't say specifically for Kherson. So
yeah, we've covered that, Sky Kiss. It's primarily a military package.
Yes, I just that's all I'm saying about that, about tomorrow. And so then I wanted to mention to Gregory that the land will recover. It's going to take time. I guess one of the last things I did before I went to bed at 4 a.m. after being up with Mockers and Doman, I usually stay on a little bit for, Doman's first hour or so. And so anyway, there was this video, and it's extremely heartrending, of a watermelon farmer just weeping over his ruined fields, and they're really expansive fields. And then, so I want to shout out to Will from Australia. He's a frequent speaker here. He has co-hosted before. He gave us a wonderful, excellent discussion last week about how the land recovers and how it's reclaimed. And he is an environmental engineer. And science is my hobby. So when I say that it was excellent, believe me. And then also a shout out to another one of our scientists, a NAFO Dave, who comes on the NAFO night shift with Prince.
NAFO will be here later tonight, Sky Kiss.
Yes, I know.
I really thank you for your shout outs to
I'd like to
speakers, but we do have hands and a discussion going on.
Okay, so I'm just saying that he knows all about the microbiology question. So if you're around, listen to NAFO Dave. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
And he will be here tonight. So we have Cleo, Mark, JD Knight. Cleo, please.
Hi. I wanted to say that on June, sorry, my stomach was getting sort of twisted because I'm hearing so many people say, why isn't this happening? But on the 6th, the United States made a statement that they would come out with declassifying some of their intelligence information and would have a statement on Tuesday afternoon. They said that initially when they came out on the 6th, they said that their information would show that Russia's was involved. So, I mean, they said that on the 6th. And for me to pull up the statement, which I have I sent to you, it's a Reuters link. But all I did, and I tweeted it out at the time, but it's difficult to find the tweets. So all I did is I went to Google and I put in, seriously, I just put in US, damn, and Ukraine in the browser. And I think what happens a lot with Twitter is it becomes like a walled garden, and people don't think about just going to the browser and put something in, like what are the water levels or whatever. And so we spend a lot of time talking, which is great, and the community is wonderful. But really, if you have questions, if you're anxious about them, just put it in your browser. The other thing, and I sent you, Alan, I sent you that Reuters link if you want to distribute it. I had a little bit of a problem with doing a a cut and paste on it because my app doesn't seem to like cut and paste. But the other thing I wanted to ask is a question which has to do with what kind of aid are people expecting when the opposite bank is shooting at whoever comes into aid? Because the thing we all really, I think, need for that aid is a bunch of people who can rescue, and preserve life. But that's very difficult with the shooting at the opposite bank. And as a matter of fact, the reason the UN said it couldn't go in was because of the military activity. So, I mean, we have people, and organizations that, I know in the US are extremely helpful. We had California firefighters go over to Australia when they had those big fires going on that just ripped through Australia. And the South African groups, just this week, a bunch of the firefighters from there went to Canada to help. So people are definitely want to help, but they don't want to get killed when they go there. And so I think we just have to realize it's not that people don't want to help in the crisis. They're not sure how to do that, how to contain the activity going on. If we send in troops, then we're, interjecting into a war, and the US would not be too happy about that. Most of our citizens who, don't want any boots on the ground. I mean, they want to help, but they don't want to, start something bigger than they are ready for. But that's sort of what we need. And it's very difficult to get that because, other countries don't want to go into the conflagration without, wondering what the ramifications are going to be, with NATO, et cetera. So, I mean, this is just the thing is, I would try to look at some way that we can, if we're in the position to do it, to look at it, of how that can be overcome, the being shot at, and not like, just a second, I just have one more sentence, and not be, not condemn the other countries for not, being helpful or aidful. We just have to keep in mind the danger. That's it.
Cleo, I think you are making very good points. I would direct everyone up to the 7th tweet in the nest, so you can see Richard Woodruff of Frontline Kitchens, who is on a humanitarian mission in Kherson right now. And you will see exactly what Cleo is speaking about. That is Russia firing on humanitarian relief workers in Kherson. This is artillery. The Russians were firing artillery across the Dnipro into Kherson, into the flooded city, the flooded zone of the Dnipro River, constantly. Richard himself said, it's every 5 to 10 seconds, artillery shells attempting to kill both rescuers and victims of the flood who are simply trying to escape and live. Now, we don't know what's happening on the south bank of the Dnipro, which is occupied by Russia. We only know that Russia has forbidden those stranded on rooftops and in flooded homes from escaping or seeking safety. We only know that Russia has denied the United Nations access to the flooded towns on the left bank. And this was a UN relief mission that could have been sent. This simply amplifies the war crime that Russia is committing. In other words, they unleashed a weapon of mass destruction by blowing that dam. And now they are preventing victims of the flood, both in free Ukraine and occupied Ukraine, from seeking safety. That simply, as I say, amplifies the war crime they have already committed. We can only hope that that more aid will reach Ukraine on both sides of the Dnipro as fast as possible. To Mark and then to JD Knight, please.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I haven't been able to listen to MriyaReport much today, so some of the stuff I want to say may have been said already, in which case I apologize. I mean, you mentioned earlier, Alan, about this being a weapon of mass destruction, the breaching of the dam, the destruction of the dam, and the fact that it's improvised doesn't actually make any difference. It's the effect it has is the significant thing. And I think my concern, my worry is if people are not calling it out for what it is, are they saying that you have to have something even bigger before it is an agreed weapon of mass destruction? The number of people who have been affected by this is massive and will continue to be, significant for a long time. Now, I'm assuming that the Ukrainians would have taken the risk of that happening into account already. I think I mentioned this the other day, that in their planning. And I presume also they would have shared that with America and the other allies. So it's not a surprise. I don't think it can be a surprise to America, Canada, Britain, any other country when this dam is blown up. So I know it's difficult. Working in a group is very difficult, and working in a transnational group, very informal group, is no doubt even harder. So in a way, I'm not surprised we're not seeing a massive outpouring of agreed action on this one. But I still hope that behind the scenes, the powers that be are working on stuff, and they know better than I as to the best way forward on it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm also surprised, Mark. And we knew that Russia had. We knew that Russia had mined the Novakhovka Dam. They said so themselves. We knew that this was a possibility. Ukrainians called it a Damocles sword hanging over their country. And as I said to Cleo and others, I am mystified by the weak response from countries allied or supporting Ukraine. Well, effectively allied with Ukraine. I'm mystified why the response in terms of humanitarian aid has not been immediate and greater. I'm mystified why the outrage over Russia's terror act here, blowing the dam, wasn't instantaneous and forceful. Mark?
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Just a final point. I mean, I think what this shows is that Russia is taking a scorched earth policy to the Ukrainian lands which they currently occupy. I think I read the other day that there's a chemical plant in Crimea that has apparently been mined and may well be blown up. So I imagine they're going to be trying to destroy everything and anything that they can just to make life harder for the Ukrainians, and almost like a spite, really, for their failures, which is deeply worrying. And obviously, the critical thing, therefore, is to complete the war as quickly as possible and as decisively as possible.
Yes, I completely agree with you, Mark. Basically, I guess what we can expect is that Russia will continue this scorched earth policy. This is the brutality and savagery with which they wage war. We've not only seen it here in Ukraine, we saw it in Chechnya, we saw it when Russia was supporting Assad in Syria. We have seen it everywhere. Russia has fought a war. They raze cities. They try to make the country unlivable. And this is what they are attempting to do in Ukraine. We've seen it throughout the war. In the winter, Russia trying to plunge Ukraine into cold and darkness by attacking the power infrastructure. Well, they didn't succeed. because Ukraine was able to keep the power on, keep the heat on, with the ingenuity of first responders and simply their hard work, actually repairing the infrastructure under fire. This is exactly what is happening in Kherson today. Relief workers, rescuers, saving Ukrainian lives while under fire by Russians. There seems to be no limit to the terror that Russia will unleash on Ukraine. And that's why the 55 nations supporting Ukraine must find a way to limit Russia. Limit Russia now, limit Russia in the future. And so the hands we have coming up are JD Knight, Luca, and Leda. JD, please.
Hi, I would like to say that I'm really not comfortable with the use of the word WMD. The reason being is that I think because it is a sort of a cliche that came out of the build up to the Iraq War, man-made catastrophe that the Russians have perpetrated here. It is a war crime and a crime against humanity, what they did, but I don't want us to, start, referring to it by a label that detracts from the unique barbarism that it took to destroy a dam, deliberately flooding the river valley, and without even trying to evacuate people, and even killing and shooting at people as they were trying to rescue themselves or rescuing. I think that the use of that term actually diminishes from the villainy that the Russians have perpetrated. Thanks.
That's an interesting point of view, JD. I'd push back a little bit. I don't think calling destroying this dam, which the Russians did, a WMD diminishes the act. I think it focuses attention on what they did. I think it encompasses the scale of the result. There are 1 million Ukrainians without drinking water. There are tens of thousands of homes that have been destroyed. There are, we don't even know the death toll, frankly. That's the other thing. We don't even know the death toll from what Russia did. So calling it a WMD, to me, classifies it as an extraordinary act, and it was. It's affected 1 million people here. It is certainly ecocide, but people don't understand ecocide the way they might understand a weapon of mass destruction. And it was mass destruction that was the goal of Russia. JD, go ahead.
Well, it's not that it's not that it isn't mass destruction. My problem with using the term is that term was used and abused so badly during the lead up to the Iraq War that I think people have kind of gotten, the thing that, oh, yeah, it's a WMD. And that term was used to describe not only chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons, but ballistic missiles and other stuff they wanted to group into this. And the thing is that this was a man-made catastrophe that was so destructive that I really I would like us to actually come up with a different term um, to describe it, because this was truly massive destruction. But the I think I have more a problem with that terminology than in what it literally means, because of the baggage that it carries from the term being used. I had never heard of that term before the lead up to the Iraq War. I don't know the genesis of it, but the sheer crime against humanity that the Russians did by by causing a massive flood, that is something. It is like unleashing nature itself to do the Russians' dirty work, and is something that words itself, I think, fail.
Yeah, well, I think you're right there, JD. Words do fail us. But one thing I would not call this is man-made destruction. It was an act of terror. I mean, the climate crisis is man-made destruction when you look at it. And JD, you have a hot mic. But if you were to look at what the climate crisis might mean, 200 years from now, it's a man-made crisis. This was simply an act of terror. Calling it a man-made destruction is actually diminishing it. Calling it an improvised weapon of mass destruction begins to put it in a category where it belongs. And I think Gregory has some thoughts on this. Then I want to go to Luca and to Leda. Gregory.
Oh, yes. I guess what I'd say quickly, JD, is I think that you're onto something with terminology, and I think that just discussing this with people and saying, "Hey, what do you think we should call Russia's blowing up the Kakhovka Dam? Is it, is it a crime against humanity? Is it a terrorist act? Is it a war crime? I mean, there's WMD. So WMD, by the way, it comes 1948 UN passed resolutions sort of defining what a weapon of mass destruction would be, because this is just 3 years after the nuclear bombs in Japan were dropped. The U.S. dropped them on Japan. So there's a definition in the UN referring to nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, and there's been an immense effort over the last 90 years to try to prevent more people from getting their hands on nuclear weapons. So you don't want more nuclear weapons in the world. So there's a lot of concern about that as a weapon of mass destruction, because it's just one small thing can cause so much damage. Now, here we have the situation where the Russians took something and they, took some set of explosives and blew it up. You're referring to, in the U.S., the downside of using the term WMD is everyone who was around in 2003, and hey, maybe you're one of the folks who went out and protested against the looming war, and yelled "Fox News sucks" and things like that. But so there's some negative connotations in that sense. I agree with you. But the good news is that everybody in the US who was, of age in 2003 knows what WMD means. And they can certainly, understand like what our reaction in '04 of where WMD. And today, when they see 40,000 homes gone, 1 million people not able to drink water, that's that's mass destruction. Everybody gets it. So we're looking for a term that people can use that describes the scale, the scope, and the destruction of it. And there's no perfect terminology. There's legal definitions of some of these things. There's a National Defense University that has a 58-page document that talks about all the different definitions, but it's not relevant to our just general communication. So I think, your heart's in the right place. You want something that resonates and doesn't have a negative connotation, and go for it. If you can find some phrases and use them, share them with your friends. I think that's how we're going to come to something here. And to some extent, we're looking to Ukraine. If they want to define a new thing, they can do it. The same thing, by the way, this is a problem because just definitions and law definitions of things. What do we call it if somebody does this with cyber warfare? What if they find some way to manipulate some piece of infrastructure that destroys, a bridge or locks, or causes a giant flood, or causes a nuclear meltdown? Well, it was cyber warfare. It wasn't. It wasn't. They didn't do it directly. They did it with computer. So there's a definitional problem that we don't need to concern ourselves with too much here tonight. It's more what's in our hearts. How are we going to tell other people about this? How do we explain it to others? And one other note, Alan, I just wanted to say for Cleo, if she's still listening, that there's no one out there that is thinking in any way of, Western militaries joining into this war. This is, the U.S. is not putting boots on the ground anywhere like this. The problem and challenge of aid in the war-torn countries is well known for all the international aid workers. They've experienced it, unfortunately, in too many places. So they know what to do and how to deal with things in these places. And Alan, those are my thoughts on this. I think that definitions aren't really worth a hill of beans in comparison to how we feel about something. But I do think that words, as somebody in your profession knows, are important for how we communicate to the world and get the word out. And really, we've got to keep talking about this in a way that holds Russia's feet to the fire, that they did something mighty bad. And if it's mighty bad, if it's evil, if it's WMD, if it's war crime, crime against humanity, if it is the worst thing that you've seen, it is just so bad. And we have to have a way of expressing that and getting others to understand, share that thought, come together, unite, and have support our leaders so they will have a strong reaction.
Gregory, let me dovetail onto that. It could very well be that Western nations are putting all of these terms and incidences into a binder, perhaps. I think there's an argument to be made that there's a fear or a risk of calling it what it is publicly right now. And since this is a war for freedom and democracy and values, the West isn't beholden, to say and share everything that they think and feel right now. I suspect these will come up after the Russians are defeated and war crimes are being initiated. I think one of the reasons that might prohibit, like, for example, the word genocide was not used when it should have been used last year. And I have a theory about it. And I think the theory goes something like this. If, in fact, the world calls out genocide, then it has to be something that the UN takes on. Then it has to be something that responsible states vow to mitigate, to stop, or they're morally and legally responsible to be involved in the cessation of such a genocide. And since that would go through the United Nations Security Council and the Russians would obviously veto it, it might have the negative effect on international organizations, meaning the legitimacy and the efficacy of these organizations will be called into question, because we'll see a UN Security Council member state committing genocide, but yet there's nothing the world can do. So it would highlight the impotence, perhaps, of those organizations. And I think it would best serve those organizations to, be measured in the reply. It doesn't mean that they don't think it's a genocide. It doesn't mean that they don't think it's a WMD, but there's no reason to give the Russian government an upper hand, right? Because they can turn around and ridicule those same international organizations that are attacking it for the right reasons. So I suspect, though, when the Russian regime, or the regime in Moscow, as I like to call it, headed by Mr. Putin, when they are defeated and when they are in the dock, I think you're going to see more of an elucidation and an illumination of all of their war crimes, and they'll be called out for what they are. Those are just my 2 cents. I'm curious what you think.
I think I agree with a lot of that, Yehuda. It's a challenge. I mean, and I think that it's, there's limits to these organizations. There's limits that they have internally, the politics of them, and how they're put together in terms of what they can do. But the good thing about our Western democracies is that if there's if there's pressure, the politicians will start to respond. So I think this is really on us to keep up the word about this, and we can tell that it's bad because when the Russian propaganda is trying to weasel their way out of it and or to confuse us with all kinds of videos of other things, that the subject at hand is one they're trying to get away from. It's a real bad message for the world from them. All their, if you look at the various shows, channels, and that talk about Russian media, you see some of the things they say about blowing up the dam, being, oh, maybe it was a good thing to do. There's all kinds of stuff that's going on there that's just horrific. It's a challenge of getting action. And Ukraine has a limited voice and only so much they can do diplomatically. So sometimes the actions that are taken here and the communications that happen here are important. There's been a lot of talk about what's happening in, with Doman and the people in the morning about the situation with the returns troops that were sent to the Ukrainians who were sent straight to Hungary. Without going to Ukraine, there's a whole bunch of complicated issue there. But coming back to this topic, it's something that the leadership of organizations can only do so much. We need to apply pressure to our political leaders, and we'll see. I mean, some of it, I think Yehuda's right. Some of it we won't hear until after the war. It doesn't. You're not going to get a quicker. Russians aren't going to go home faster if they hear that their leaders are all going to be arrested and they've got 100 years of sanctions or something. Maybe that's part of the problem. It's when they're gone, then we can talk, and then they'll know what our words mean.
Agreed. Oh.
Back to you, Alan. Yeah.
Thanks, Yehuda. Thanks, Gregory. I want to go to Lita, please.
Thank you, Alan. I wanted to touch on actually a lot of these points are really coming together well right now, and I wanted to bring up something that you said, Alan, several minutes back about sanctioning their sons and grandsons, so to speak. If we look back into history, they more than deserve it because this is history repeating itself. And maybe our leaders aren't aware of that. They have not studied all the aspects of the history that was suppressed by the Soviet Union, such as dams that they did break before in World War II. And I sent that for Alan to put up into the nest if you like. And we're looking at the grandsons and the sons of those monsters. So whether the leaders are getting together and talking about it and we don't know about it, well, there are opportunities to help them do so. And I wanted to bring to everybody's attention that this week, if anybody can get down to Washington and make yourself known, there is a couple of days, I believe it's the 14th and 15th, excuse me, that the Ukrainian the UCCA, the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, has an information service in Washington called UNIS, Ukrainian National Information Service, and they run advocacy days called Ukrainian Days. And yes, Ukrainians have a limited voice, and the Ukrainian diaspora has been leading that charge for a long time, and you can go and help them and be there and register for it. So there's a page for registration and an information page at the UCCA website that I sent to Alan. And in terms of, why aren't the leaders making strong statements? You also have the apologists, the fifth column journalists and so-called, scholars out there who have been influenced by Russocentric academia for a very long time. And the really conscientious scholars are all looking at that and not looking at themselves right now. But some of them are really touting Russian misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation on the news. CBS News the other day, I saw something on that, gosh, and Global National in Canada. I was really disappointed in a speaker that they brought on. So you have to be really careful. And then in terms of what aid groups can go in there, I, I wanted to ask people here, is there a parallel group of any kind out there similar to the Syrian White Helmets? Because those guys are pretty brave. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I just want to push back on the leaders of other nations not knowing. I'm sure they know full well. I think the key is Russia is attempting to destabilize the region and the world. They're trying to dictate and control the narrative, and for them, the more mayhem and chaos, they figure they're going to come out on top, right? So the reason why the world, I suspect, is not rushing to say, "Hey, it's an act of terror, weapon of mass destruction," is because that's the kind of escalation the Russians want. So it's like the petulant child who can't get attention positively, then they'll do it negatively. So if you give attention in that negative aspect, you're feeding into their narrative and you're letting them control the speed at the disintegration. Whereas the West is primarily concerned with the, obviously the destruction of the Russian military in Ukraine. So when the Russians try to, it sounds counterintuitive. Why would they want to get to that point? Well, because they want to turn it into a catastrophe, like a global, like, all because you had to support Ukraine. Now nuclear power plants can blow up. Now, you're calling us, terrorists because we the Ukrainians blew the dam and you're blaming it on us. They're looking for that escalation or, that descent into madness and chaos. And I think the only reasonable answer is the reason why these Western leaders are not calling it out publicly for what it is because it feeds into the Russian narrative, right? And they're trying to make people afraid. That's their goal. They want people to think that if you support Ukraine, whether you like Russia or not, if you support Ukraine, you're actually marching us into World War III. The real answer is if we do not support Ukraine, we march into World War III. So if we do not support Ukraine materially and morally and symbolically and ethically and verbally, what we do is we give the Russians a reason to attack Poland and the Baltics and other NATO countries. So their attempt to constantly ratchet up the destruction is truly, in their mind, A, it kills Ukrainians, which they love, B, it destroys Ukrainian land, which they love, and C, it helps possibly force Western nations to say, okay, maybe enough's enough. They still think that. Remember, the Russian political cultural mindset is that we can suffer more than them. We are, as the famous Kazakh philosopher Borat said, we are the real men's, right? And they think that they can help drive that narrative and say, look, you're not going to give up. You're going to give up before we will because we enjoy squalor. Like we're pretty happy living in poop, right? So they would love for the United. That's genocide. That's WMD, and then they're going to say, yeah, what are you going to do about it? Go put it to the United Nations, collapse international systems, because the whole world will see that the West is impotent, that they can't back up what they're saying. So it's almost like the West saying, we're just going to put it on the back burner. We'll get to you later, Russia. We'll get to your weapons of mass destruction and your criminal and terrorist activities later, but we're not going to let you tell us. Because here's another thing. In the West, we have rules and laws, and there are certain things that have to happen when other certain things happen. So in other words, Russia has declared a terrorist state. All sorts of legislation goes towards compensating Americans who are victims of Russian aggression, Russian terror, whereas the Americans want to make the Ukrainians the recipients of, sequestered or garnished or appropriated, seized funds that the Russians have. So there are there's a lot of nuance there, and it'd be nice to say, hey, let's take everything, but until, for example, if Congress was to change their laws and amend that law that references terrorist states, that would be the first step. Or I suspect they've taken the alternative route is we're going to not ignore, we'll document, we'll watch. Russians are still going to do what Russians do, right? They're still going to murder Ukrainians, they're still going to commit war crimes. But when we're good and ready, and there's no Russian regime in Moscow as we know it, then the shoe's going to drop. I do think that most Western leaders are fully and painfully aware of the history of Russian scorched earth policies. It's not a secret. And if they don't know, they have a lot of really smart aides. And if they, they have generals and analysts in the State Department of Foreign Affairs and the Foreign Office who know it. I just think that, although it doesn't feel good, although we don't like it, because I think we're all pretty moral individuals, I think there's a reason why the West is not, because they're not highlighting all of the genocide that's being committed and the acts of terror, but it doesn't mean they don't know it. I suspect they're waiting to do that at a later date, and they're not willing to give the Russians that talking point. Hope that helps. Over to you, Alan.
Thank you, Yehuda. Just back to Leda, then Gregory, then Redstone. Leda, please.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up, Yehuda. So you'd be surprised, though, if you meet a brand new congressman and they don't know everything yet, and they're keen and they want to know, and they say, "Can you please send me something about that because I haven't heard about that."
Yeah.
The Budapest Memorandum.
Yeah, but hold on. Just for clarity, that's you just said it, a new congressman. I'm talking about the Biden administration. I'm talking about the State Department. I'm talking about the smartest of the smartest of the smart of the states who are Americans who are into that. They go to the State Department. So yes, I mean, truthfully, that congressman or woman should be getting that brief from his own party or her own party, right? But I mean, it doesn't mean that the people in the halls of power don't know. They're very aware, very painfully aware.
Or remember George Bush Sr.'s chicken cave speech? Oh, you Ukrainians, don't do that. It would be more convenient for us if you just all stick together as one big entity over there.
You have these outliers, but we're talking. There's no one in the State Department that thinks. Look, there are people in the State Department that thought.
Oh no, they have analysts. I know.
They have the best in the world, so they know.
Good.
They
yes,
know. So
they are.
outliers, and it's not the individual congressman or woman who's brand new that's driving U.S. foreign policy. So I think we just have to be, honest with that aspect. I wonder what Gregory.
Well, you would be sorry, but you just would be surprised. I'm telling you from experience that some of them land into very influential committees. And I just wanted to follow up on what I said earlier about the UNIS Ukrainian days, because if you look at the pages, if Alan could put that or someone, I did ask UNIS if they could tweet it because I don't see a current tweet. I don't think they're that active on Twitter right now, but that their motto on this session here is Victory Days. So it is, the positive message of, we have to make it happen.
No worries. Gregory?
Yes, Leda, please do post those events and click to follow you now so we could learn more about them and stay in communication on it. So please do post it, and I'm sure more people will as well follow those events. Yehuda, hey, I've got to say, that was a really interesting thought that you expressed on the, why not respond? Why respond? Not respond immediately. And I take it, to some extent as being very, as being perhaps thinking like a warrior, which maybe I shouldn't be surprised coming from you because, you don't do exactly what the opponent thinks you're going to do. They throw their such and such move, and then you have a counter move. You don't do exactly what they're going to think because otherwise you're in their tempo. You're in their sort of response rate and following their initiative. So I think there's a lot to be, I think I would agree a lot with that kind of thinking. And it applies not just to, wrestling matches or